Yo legends! Welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in, because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer: I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note: I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Marvel the Kryptonian Who Ate the Multiverse. Chapter 101: The End. Too bad this is Marvel. No matter how crazy or wild you are in Marvel, it is never enough. You also have to have a tragic past, a broken family, and have buried several close friends and relatives yourself. In this way, God will give you a chance to cheat. Someone like Pierce, who has a happy family and a secure position, is destined to lose. Such as now. He had just made the insane decision to use nuclear weapons. The rows of floor-to-ceiling windows in the conference room shattered. Dozens of dark shadows broke in, rolling on the ground with broken glass to dissipate the force. The blinding sunlight followed them and poured down onto tiles and broken glass. They were either wearing slim-fitting black suits, or elegant black dresses or black nun uniforms. After landing, they quickly stood up and became alert. The Hydras outside heard the noise and rushed in. However, he was shot in the head by these men in black. The guns are as easy to use as their arms in their hands. Every shot was fired with such grace, like blooming black roses, carrying a breath of despair. Every shot is a kiss of death. All the Hydras that rushed into the conference room were killed in one encounter. After clearing the threat, the men in black spun their hot pistols and put them neatly into their holsters. Only then did the representatives from various countries see their faces clearly. This is a group of girls ranging from their teens to their 20s. They all wore black suits and moved without hesitation. Everyone's indifferent face reveals deadly murderous intent and deadly charm at the same time. Who are you? Pierce stepped back in astonishment. This is the top floor of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, dozens of meters high. Where did these people jump in from? A girl in a dress stepped forward and kicked him in the calf, leaving a sharp mark on the bone. She pressed his head to the ground as he screamed. Man in black, said the girl coldly. Hydra was quickly eliminated in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and representatives from various countries who were taken hostage were released one by one. Helicarriers over San Francisco and Sokovia were also attacked. It's just that the people who launched the attacks on both sides are different. In San Francisco, a group of black armors rushed into the aerospace carrier. Some of them fired their guns. Some took off their armor and fought with their bare hands, defeating a tall and strong enemy with one punch. The battle was over in 3 minutes before the Hydra members could react. This group of people in armor even activated the stealth function of the aerospace carrier and drove it away. And in Sokovia, Iron Man rushed onto the deck with several gold and red armors. It's different from San Francisco, where there are a lot of people. He and his armor are only equivalent to 5 people. As soon as they boarded the deck, they destroyed the missile launch system and the control system of the hydrogen bomb. Then they struck from the deck all the way to the interior of the aerospace carrier. The Hydra agents were suppressed and had no power to fight back. But Tony's movements were still a little slow. He opened fire at full force and blew the head of the last person in the command room with one shot. I found out that before he came in, the Hydra people manipulated the system to run in reverse, destroyed the flight system of the aerospace carrier. Tony was shocked and flew to the deck, where he saw 4 stopped propellers. Jarvis scanned the flight system of the aerospace carrier and confirmed the possibility of repair. Tony's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The ship had already begun to descend at this point, and was falling at an accelerating rate under the force of gravity. Sir, the aerospace carrier is only 1,000 meters high. I suggest you call Master Leon. It is still 8 meters away from crashing into the city below 8 minutes. That's enough time to fix this thing. 7650. Leon, Leon, come here quickly, Tony called out to Leon at the top of his voice. He turned up the power of the armor's thrusters to maximum, rushing out of the deck, flying under the aerospace carrier. The intention is to delay the ship's fall as much as possible. But when he flew to the bottom, I found that the cloak behind Leon was floating like a cloud, and he had already set up an aerospace mothership there. Who said last time that you would never ask me for help? Leon laughed teasingly. I'm glad we made it. Tony didn't have time to refute. He let out a long sigh of relief, only to find that his back was already wet with cold sweat. He looked down. The distance between the ground and the aerospace mothership is less than 100 meters. The people fleeing on the streets all shouted in fear to the sky. Many people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The panicked expressions were still on their faces. They definitely don't want to experience again the feeling of oppression and despair that comes from a huge monster falling from the sky. In contrast, Leon was now shrouded in the shadow of the aerospace mothership. He undoubtedly became their savior with holy light in their eyes. Everyone, the disaster is over. You can all go home. Leon held the aerospace mothership in one hand, waved to the crowd, and slowly rose into the sky. Tony also raised his altitude. Even with his enhanced physical fitness, his whole body was weak at this moment. It was really thrilling just now. He almost killed tens of thousands of people. If the shipborne missiles exploded on impact, he would kill even more people. Tony suddenly understood Leon's feelings in the Resident Evil world, how he created a virus that inadvertently led to the end of the world. Damn it, I have to think more comprehensively next time and not be so careless. Tony reflected on himself, but did not forget to refute Leon. But that was not a cry for help. It was just a request for help. You know, that kind of request for help. Just keep talking tough. There will always be a time when you need help. Leon carried the aerospace mothership like an oversized plate and flew towards the Arctic Ocean. Of course, such a good aerospace carrier must be stolen. Before leaving, he also took a special look at the Hydra Sokovia base. There's not many people inside anymore. Obviously, Baron Stark was well aware of Pierce's unreliability, and he ran away early when he saw the situation was not good. Leon curled his lips and turned to look at Tony. But now you understand why I don't give you the SS serum synthesis materials. I'm really worried that one day you will destroy the world. Iron Man is one of the biggest troublemakers in the Marvel Universe. Whether it's in the movies or in the comics, more than half of the crises are related to him. So Leon doesn't dare to hand over those things from the Resident Evil world to Tony. Of course, Tony is also worried about Leon. After all, Leon has a criminal record in the biochemical world. So the two brothers simply reached an agreement never to bring viruses, mold, and other things into the main world. My intentions are good. Tony continued to be stubborn. I will definitely pay special attention to the safety of ordinary people when I take action in the future. You know what? Your comments are like Batman when he first debuted. He lacked experience and could only try his best to play the role of a superhero, but he ended up stepping on air and spraining his back when he climbed through a window. Come on, Clark boy, you are just stronger than me, otherwise you would have to dodge. Tony accompanied Leon to place the helicarrier on an island in the Arctic Ocean. Do you want to go to New York with me? Shirley is about to finish school at this time. Leon asked. Well, sure. I'll go see little Shirley after not seeing her for half a month. The two flew towards New York together again and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 102: The Aftermath of the Incident. Suburbs of Warsaw, Poland. Nick Fury and others sat on the lawn outside the Quinjet. They were gathered together to watch a projection of a Superman video on the internet. An hour had passed since the nuclear bomb exploded. The cheers in the city have never stopped since then. This usually leisurely city seemed to have suddenly turned into Rio de Janeiro during Carnival, and the fiery enthusiasm did not allow for even a trace of negative emotion. However, no matter how lively the atmosphere was, it couldn't affect Nick Fury's heart, which was blocked by a huge rock at this moment. He couldn't accept that he only knew the full story now, and the source of the information was a hot post on the internet. What he couldn't accept even more was that the Hydra, whom he regarded as a formidable enemy and was ready to give it a try at all costs, was destroyed inexplicably, of course. What he couldn't accept the most was Superman's strength. He watched the video on the internet where Superman flew out of the nuclear explosion and blew away the mushroom cloud dozens of times. He really couldn't understand how there could be such an awesome person on Earth. Even his greatest reliance, Captain Marvel, who can deliver a punch with 10 times the power of a nuclear explosion. Now it seems that it may not pose a fatal threat to Superman. The only thing that could give him some comfort. It was probably Tony Stark, whom he favored, who took action to destroy an aerospace carrier. This made Nick Fury feel somewhat involved. He sat on the lawn with a gloomy face full of worries. His hands kept stroking his pager, as if he wanted to polish the old body until it was covered with patina. Hawkeye didn't quite understand Fury's feelings. He was quite happy. We have watched this Superman video so many times, 100 times. Why is it still playing on repeat? Isn't it a good thing that Hydra's conspiracy has been disintegrated? Relax a little, Fury. The crisis is over, and now is not our time to work. He pointed to the city of Warsaw in the distance and said, "Does anyone want to join the party? Isn't it time to relax after the world crisis?" Halson raised his hand. "If possible, I would also like a glass of Polish vodka." "No." Nick Fury suddenly stood up at this moment. He put the pager back in his pocket. "No vodka, no revelry. We still have a lot of mess to clean up. Hill, contact someone you trust. We want to take back S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's dark face looked so solemn in the evening sunset. It was as if he was about to do something major that would determine the fate of the whole world. However, Hill sat on the ground and handed over a tablet computer. "Fury, I didn't tell you before because I saw you were so focused on studying Superman. Half an hour ago, the Rising Tide organization obtained the file information of all S.H.I.E.L.D. employees from an unknown channel and published it all online. Because apart from most of them being Hydra, almost all of our agents have done something illegal. So that information caused a lot of controversy online. Just now, the Security Council issued a notice, deciding to imprison a few of us and disband S.H.I.E.L.D. There's no S.H.I.E.L.D. now, Fury." Hill's face was calm, as if he was saying that he was planning to switch to another company tomorrow. "What did you say? What happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury couldn't believe it. He raised his voice. "Did you know that in order to retrieve all member files, at least 2 people with alpha-level clearance are required to provide iris authentication at the same time?" Hill raised his eyebrows. "I know, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed gone. As for how the Rising Tide organization obtained those files, perhaps we can slowly investigate after the imprisonment is over." Nick Fury took the tablet in a daze, realizing that the situation was really irreversible. 3 days passed by unknowingly. These 3 days have definitely seen the biggest changes in the world situation in the past decade. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded. Then all members of the International Security Council will be rotated in advance. Then the Eagle Sauce withdrew all remaining troops in Asia overnight. Previously, they took advantage of the language loophole and only withdrew their troops from Afghanistan from Asia. Because Leon was busy traveling through time and settling the men in black, he put off the matter of settling the scores until after dealing with Hydra. Now the Eagle Sauce started to make amends, but after thinking it over, he still found the time to sink an aircraft carrier. The American military held a meeting overnight and, after in-depth discussions, ultimately pressed the incident on the grounds that there were no casualties. The next day, they quietly held a press conference and announced that the sinking of the aircraft carrier was a loss caused by an exercise error. After that, the hunt for Hydra by countries around the world officially began. No one can tolerate a group of lunatics carrying nuclear bombs and wanting to drag the whole world down with them wandering around them. During the pursuit, the most eye-catching, there is a group of women who always wear black suits and Iron Man who often flies around in the sky in a high-profile manner, especially the former. They had already intercepted an aerospace carrier, arrested Pierce, and rescued representatives from various countries. In the pursuit, they are even more elusive and can often destroy a Hydra base as soon as they show up. Even though many major national institutions have investigated, they have not been able to find any trace of them. Of course, it is also possible that after they discovered a little bit of the truth, they immediately stopped the investigation and acquiesced in the existence of this group of men in black. Some people say that the men in black are Tony Stark's lesbian group because they have armor that is unique to Iron Man. Some people also say that this is a group of people who were persecuted by Hydra and thus united together. Because when they first appeared, they pointed their spearheads at Hydra, as if they had some kind of blood feud. But no matter how wild people's guesses are, the real fact is that the men in black and Iron Man are already famous all over the world. In addition, during the Hydra incident, there was an organization called Rising Tide whose name spread throughout the world. Today, the information of this organization has been thoroughly investigated by various countries. Members of the organization were either recruited or imprisoned. The few who have been hiding deeper no longer make so-called free speeches. The exposure in the Hydra incident became their last song. Of course, this masterpiece is worth bragging about for the rest of their lives. However, this incident was the one that truly shocked the world. There is only Superman. After the Hydra incident, there are hundreds of millions of new entries about Superman on the internet every day. His impact on the world, from officials to refugees, has only just begun to ferment. There are even dozens of factions and schools of thought on the internet because of Superman. The largest of these are the supporters and the opponents. The former consider themselves to be Superman's supporters, and their main members are people who have been rescued by Superman. The latter are opponents, and their composition is a mixed bag of people. During these 3 days, the two sides fought more than 1,000 rounds on the internet. The aftermath of the battle caused anyone who touched it to be reduced to ashes, and it was described as the war of the century that almost wiped out the entire online world. Other schools are basically subdivisions of these two schools. There are Adventists, Salvationists, and Supreme Gods. There are also original sinists, dictatorshipists, exterminationists, and so on. After 3 days of debate, the supporters now have the absolute upper hand. One reason is that they have an advantage in numbers. Another reason is that I heard that some people who survived the Warsaw nuclear explosion directly hacked into the computers of the opposition during the debate, flew across the country to visit them, and had an offline duel. The opposition that was engaged in a duel posted a message the next day saying I will always support Superman, and the IP location was the local hospital. As a result, the opposition parties stopped their activities and could only wait until another day to fight again. Chapter 103 Tony and Ash-039's hearing. Compared to the 3-day battle between the pros and cons on the internet. In reality, the official media has a unified attitude and is full of praise. For example, the news that Leon is watching now on KNKV TV in Los Angeles. A month ago, this TV station was indirectly saying that Superman was a dictator who would persecute people all over the world. Now on TV, there is still that familiar female host and still that familiar smile. But she was saying it. The emergence of Superman is a shot in the arm. He eliminated the evil Hydra's plan to destroy the world and saved tens of millions of people. He is the light of human civilization. There is no doubt that he will be a beacon of the new era and the closest friend of us. The Eagle Sauce people. We have invited a famous sociologist who will conduct a more detailed analysis next. Then a professor with a Francis sign in front of him appeared. He coughed lightly and began to speak. The content starts with Superman's kindness in the comics and extends to Superman facing the nuclear explosion alone 3 days ago in reality. Analysis suggests that this real-life Superman must have parents as kind as the Kents. Finally, we come to the conclusion that Superman is absolutely just and kind. Leon looked at it in amazement. Same people, same scene. How can these guys have the nerve to say something completely contrary to what they said a month ago? Wouldn't you feel ashamed if a boomerang hit you in the face? I didn't expect that the joke I made with Tony at that time would actually come true. Unless he really shows his kind and soft side later. Otherwise, these media would probably continue to blow his cover and portray him as the most kind and compassionate person possible. Superman is the embodiment of justice. Shirley walked into the living room and read the news headline. She was going home from school. Are you watching the news again? A lot of news has been saying this these days, including at school and on the streets. She trotted a few steps and sat next to Leon. Although they said good things, I always felt something was wrong. Shirley frowned. It's like I want to put you, Brother Leon, in a very high position and make it impossible for you to come down. Hey, you're right. Leon rubbed Shirley's head in surprise. Although they say nice things, they don't mean it out of the kindness of their heart. Even Shirley could notice the problem, which shows how exaggerated the media reports have been in recent days. Media all over the world are trying to raise Superman's psychological expectations through hype. The purpose is to make him change his position. Really think of yourself as a good person. It is best to think about whether taking the left foot first is in line with your new personality before going out on weekdays. If Superman is not strong enough, this would be a form of flattery. But he can withstand nuclear bombs. So this is another form of moral kidnapping. However, Leon felt that he did not accept this kind of morality, so he would not be kidnapped. Maybe Tony would like this feeling. After all, Tony called several times in the past 3 days, repeatedly expressing his envy and jealousy of Superman's popularity. I knew that was the case. Little Shirley was happy to hear Leon's words of agreement and felt that she had grown up a little more today. But she was a little confused. Then why do you still watch the news every day? Of course, Leon couldn't say that he was just watching for fun. He coughed lightly and said, Actually, I didn't watch the news. I was just waiting for your Uncle Tony's live broadcast. Well, it has already started. Let's watch it together. Tony is attending a Senate hearing today regarding the illegal private ownership of armor. Leon knew that the hearing would not end in a bad outcome, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it is on the Hydra list released by the Rising Tide organization. Many people in the Senate are on the list, and the evidence is solid. The top brass were so busy catching the traitor and stabilizing the situation that they had no time to bother with Tony. In addition, Tony Iron Man's name is now known all over the world. This hearing was just a formality to give Tony a legal identity to manufacture armor. Leon waved his hand and switched the projection to the live broadcast of the hearing. In the picture, the podium and the gallery are full of people. Mr. Tony Stark, do you want to explain the accusation that you illegally possessed weapons and armor? The member of Parliament asked the key question. Tony held his forehead and said, Weapon? Is that a weapon? How can you think so? Actually, it's just a high-tech prosthetic I developed. You all know that I was half crippled in the attack in Afghanistan. So, it's normal that I need a prosthesis to assist with daily activities, right? I don't see any problem with that. There was a burst of laughter. Tony was wearing a woolen short-sleeved sweater today, and a slim-fitting shirt that highlighted the contours of his muscular chest. Even if you say he is a contestant in this year's USA bodybuilding contest, some people will believe it. As a result, he actually said that he was a disabled person. How could this not make people laugh and cry? The congressman couldn't help but laugh, but didn't ask any further questions and turned to the really important issues. Nick Fury, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., before being imprisoned, he strongly requested a postponement of the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. and proposed that you take over and reorganize S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you think about this? Is his recommendation to you based on a secret deal or because you have the armored armor? Tony was silent for a moment. I don't know. Maybe it's because my father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. so he recommended me. But I want to emphasize again that what you call battle armor is really just a high-tech prosthesis that assists me in my movements. The congressman frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. He wanted to ask more questions, but the person next to him coughed lightly to remind him, so he had to move on to the next question. There is an organization in the world that calls itself the Men in Black. They have used the same armor as yours in public many times. What do you want to say about this? Can we suspect that the Stark Group is still selling weapons to terrorists? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Tony sneered. From what I understand, the Men in Black are affiliated with Superman. Everyone knows that I crossed paths with Superman in Sokovia. Since you said the Man in Black used the same suit as me, then maybe Superman stole my technology. As a taxpayer of the country, can I ask you to help me find Superman to investigate the copyright issue? And since you think the Men in Black are a terrorist organization, you can also order him to disband it. Tony finished his words, leaned back in his chair, turned around and winked at Pepper in the audience. The scene was completely silent. Even the few people who occasionally whispered kept silent. Even several senators on the stage showed visibly panicked expressions. They just heard something. The Man in Black is Superman's subordinate? Even though some people had suspected this issue before, it had never been confirmed and no one dared to confirm it. But now that Iron Man has brought it up with certainty, he's even asking the country to help question Superman. The congressman who had just asked the question felt dizzy when he heard this. Isn't it just a few questions about Warframe? How can this matter be related to Superman? This is just great. He suspected that in order not to offend Superman, he would be forced to commit suicide by shooting himself in the back when he went out. There is no doubt that among the military lunatics who are well aware of the horror of Superman, there are quite a few who would actually do this. We don't have such an idea. He explained immediately. Please understand that the question just now was just a normal procedure. We have never doubted your position. The congressman picked up the hammer on the table with trembling hands and knocked it down. It's over. The hearing ends now, right here. Okay, stop the live broadcast. The live broadcast was cut off and advertisements began to play on the projection. Leon and Shirley looked at each other. Just now did Uncle Tony expose your relationship with your sisters? Shirley blinked her big eyes. Leon tilted his head and thought about it, although he had agreed to Tony's leak in advance. But he still warned Shirley, now you know how much your Uncle Tony can't keep his mouth shut. His mouth is like a bus. A message is sent to one station and then it is sent to the next station. Don't expect him to keep a secret. Remember, never trust his stinky mouth in the future. Shirley put her hands in front of her mouth and made a zipper gesture. I know. The secret must not be told to Uncle Tony. Chapter 104, Rebuilding S.H.I.E.L.D. After the hearing, Tony successfully obtained permission to privately own armored weapons. But he didn't relax. Instead, I am getting busier. Every day's schedule is packed. At least 10 times busier than when he was a playboy. First of all, the Sky Fortress transformation plan that he had planned long ago officially began. He paid the black men a high hourly wage to help with the renovation. It can be said that the Sky Fortress now changes every day. At the same time, he also actively participated in the operation to hunt down Hydra. As long as there is a clue about a Hydra base, he will be at the forefront. Of course, the so-called clues. In fact, Leon used his super hearing to lock onto all the Hydras and handed them over to the men in black, asking them to deal with them according to the list. Then Tony would follow suit. After a few days, only 3 small and medium-sized Hydra bases were still surviving. They tried to use S.H.I.E.L.D to block Superman's prying eyes, but unfortunately Superman also had super hearing to use. Tony's road to revenge has almost come to an end. What he is more concerned about now is the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D. After the Hydra incident, Nick Fury and his cronies were imprisoned by the Security Council. By the time the surveillance period ends, it will be difficult for them to have another chance to reorganize S.H.I.E.L.D. So Nick Fury finally gave up. He chose the only person he could still barely trust. Tony Stark. He strongly recommended Tony to be the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and vouch for him with his past qualifications, just to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from disbanding. Fortunately, most of the newly appointed Security Council members agree that the world still needs organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. They took into account Tony's background, the changes he had undergone after the attack in Afghanistan, his extraordinary talent and world-renowned reputation. Finally agreed to Nick Fury's recommendation. Just a week ago, the entire Security Council extended an olive branch to Tony. Ask him if he is willing to rebuild a new S.H.I.E.L.D. like Howard did. Of course, no Hydra members can get mixed up this time. And in order to allow Tony to make the most rational decision, he was granted temporary authority and was allowed to review past confidential files within S.H.I.E.L.D. After reading the information for several days in a row, Tony then realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed necessary for its existence. People with extraordinary abilities, global abnormal events, ancient high-energy relics do many things he had never heard of before were recorded. New anomalies are emerging on Earth every day. What S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have been doing is to restrain, limit, and contain these abnormal conditions. Tony had to admit that the fact that most ordinary people in the world were able to maintain normal cognition and life in the past was indeed due to the contribution of S.H.I.E.L.D. But under the leadership of Nick Fury and Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. has also done a lot of stupid things. So, should he be the director or not? This is what has been bothering Tony the most in recent days. After weighing the pros and cons for a few days, Tony finally decided to find Leon. What are you writing about? A trip to the Himalayas? When Tony found Leon, he was drawing a 3-dimensional mountain map. Pretty much. There's an area there that I can't see through. There are some mages living there. I plan to visit them in a few days. Leon put down his paintbrush. Of course, it could also be to go to school. Mate, there are mages in this world. Why is there no relevant record in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony took the map and looked at it. Is it possible that you guessed wrong? After all, there are many possibilities for things you can't see through. For example, could it be a lead-plated military base instead of a wizard's gathering place? From what I've heard, after the Hydra incident, all confidential things in the world began to be added with S.H.I.E.L.D. There's even a Japanese TV station that's launching a new program to explore what people are starting to use S.H.I.E.L.D. to store in their homes. You would never have thought that a family found a stack of Superman fan magazines kept in a S.H.I.E.L.D. box under their daughter's bed when they went to search for her while she was away. Tony doubled up with laughter when he talked about fanzines. He patted Leon's back hard. Your supervision is no longer useful, Leon. Because the owner of those fan magazines definitely doesn't want you to know what she's reading. Leon's face darkened. You came to me this time just to talk about this. I'm not, ha. It's just that Superman's fanzine is really interesting, you know, Leon. Tony laughed his ass off. The international S.H.I.E.L.D. price has tripled because of you. You have promoted the development of an industry. In the DC world, Superman's abilities still need to be tested by all parties before we can roughly guess. But at Marvel, once you open a comic, everyone can understand him as well as Superman himself. As a result, Lead is now sold out all over the world. People don't need to know whether the real Superman is different from the one in the comics. In short, just guess based on the comics. Leon took the map back from Tony. If you keep talking about these nonsense, I will throw you out. He decided to find some time to develop a telekinetic ability. Next time he encountered Lead, he would use telekinesis to spread it out and scan it, and what stood out was a surprise. Okay, I won't say anything. Actually, I came to you because of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony briefly outlined the problem that was troubling him. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. still needs to continue to exist. And when I reorganize S.H.I.E.L.D., I can work with your men in black. You guys mainly deal with extraterrestrial crises, while S.H.I.E.L.D. handles internal threats. What do you think of this idea? Leon squinted at Tony and said, Are you sure you're the one leading S.H.I.E.L.D. to solve the internal threat? Come on, you're obviously the biggest internal threat to the Earth. Prejudice. You are prejudiced. Tony jumped up and down. The last time the helicarrier crashed was just an accident. But accidents always happen no matter what you do. Leon complained, and you've already made up your mind. Why are you asking me? I always felt a little uneasy before I told you, but now I feel better. I feel relieved after I told you. Tony said that he had found someone to back him up, so he could go ahead and do it. Leon looked at him with disdain. You wish. I can't possibly help S.H.I.E.L.D. Then it won't be called S.H.I.E.L.D., it'll be called the Avengers. Tony remembered the name he had seen in Nick Fury's file. Avengers is a good name. His act of destroying Hydra is what an Avenger does. When the outside world knows that there is such a group of people who will avenge the world, I believe that before doing anything evil, they will think twice. Avengers, it's up to you. If you want me to help you, I will agree if you let me study the cosmic cube in the S.H.I.E.L.D. base for 100 years. Leon put forward the conditions. The cosmic cube. I remember it was mentioned in the Level 10 confidential file, Tony recalled with a frown. At this moment, the electronic ring on Leon's wrist suddenly sounded a prompt. He flipped his wrist and an image of Natasha was projected into the air. Leon, we found some documents. You better come and take a look. Natasha's face was more serious than ever. Hydra's Siberian base. Above the frozen ground, Leon and Tony flew over and entered the base. Natasha took the two to the base's control room. Various old instruments are displayed here, covered with dust and have been out of use for a long time. Natasha pulled out a box of videotapes with yellowed and faded labels and inserted one into the machine. A snowflake flashed across the black screen of the old monitor. A video from who knows how many years ago began to play. Leon guessed that this was the video of Howard's death. He looked at Tony, who was standing beside him, with a curious look on his face, knowing that this curiosity would turn into rage in half a minute. Chapter 105, The Winter Soldier. The video starts playing. This is a surveillance-type video. The video's perspective is fixed on a street under a street lamp. Tony began to feel something was wrong with the familiar scene. He glanced at the label on the videotape. XNUM X year X NUM X month X NUM X day. That was the date their parents died in a car accident. Tony realized something and frowned. This road, I still remember it. The tape continues to play. An out-of-control car suddenly appeared and rushed into a lush tree on the side of the road. The front of the car quickly caught fire. A motorcycle also appeared at this time, turning around and stopping next to the car. The person in the driver's seat of the car pushed the door weakly and climbed out. It was the elderly Howard Stark, who was badly injured in the collision. Please help. Save my wife and children, please. Save them. He heard the sound of a motorcycle and hoped that the passerby who had stopped could help him, as he no longer had the strength to stand up. However, after stopping the motorcycle, the man walked straight towards Howard and forcefully pulled his upper body up by his hair. Howard saw the man's face and recognized him instantly. Sergeant Barnes. The man on the motorcycle turned out to be James Bucky Barnes, who was supposed to have died during World War II. The moment Howard recognized the other person, he was extremely shocked. He seemed to think of a lot in an instant. Perhaps he understood it very clearly. Now that Bucky is here, there's no way he and his wife and children can survive. So he gave up begging for mercy, and his desperate eyes gradually showed a bit of tranquility as if he was ready to face death. Off-screen, anger was already beginning to spread across Tony's face. And the video continues to play. Howard Maria, who was in the passenger seat, regained consciousness and subconsciously called her husband's name. But Bucky also took action at this time. He punched Howard in the face several times, knocking him unconscious before stuffing him back into the driver's seat. Then he went around to the other side and grabbed Maria's neck through the car window. Maria's throat made a crackling sound and she had difficulty breathing, but she still held up a baby wrapped in cloth and prayed. "Please, cough, save him, cough, cough." After more than 10 seconds, Maria's eyes gradually lost their luster and her arms fell weakly. The baby in her arms seemed to sense that the body of her loved one was gradually losing temperature and began to cry loudly. Bucky's expression remained cold, like a knife that could only chop and kill people. There was nothing else he could do. He grabbed the baby from Maria's lap, lifted it out of the window, took off the swaddling cloth, wrapped it around the delicate neck twice, and then exerted force with both hands. The baby's crying stopped abruptly, his face gradually turned purple, and his exposed skin quickly lost its color. A few seconds later, Bucky threw the stopped baby out of the car window on Maria's side. What a perfect accident scene. The Howards died when their car exploded following a car accident. The only baby was thrown out of the car window at the critical moment, but was strangled to death by the wrapping cloth. Even if there were 100 trace inspectors, this would still be an accident. Bucky faked the scene, walked under the camera, and shot to destroy the surveillance equipment. The on-site surveillance records will be handled by Hydra people. His only job is to kill people. This is the end of the video. Natasha turned off the screen, took out the videotape, pursed her lips and looked to her side worriedly. One of the Stark brothers is now breathing heavily, and the other has bright red eyes and murderous intent. Tony witnessed the murder of his parents with his own eyes, and his mind was filled with hatred, as if tangible anger was pouring out of his big eyes. Although Leon was mentally prepared, he was also ready to avenge the Howards. But when he saw his adoptive mother and himself being strangled to death by the Winter Soldier, the anger in his heart burned uncontrollably. "Where is he?" Tony growled through his teeth. Leon floated up directly, with his supervision and super hearing working to the limit at the same time, among billions of pieces of information from the outside world. He accurately locked onto Bucky's position. He is at Hydra's African base, protecting a man named Baron Strucker. There is no nonsense from Leon. He grabbed Tony's arm and the bioforce field naturally covered it. The two disappeared in Siberia in an instant. Half a minute later, in Africa's Golden City, a suburb of Johannesburg, the Hydra's nuclear-proof base, whose gate alone was 2.8 meters thick, was suddenly broken open. The iron gate weighing dozens of tons flew into the base, breaking into pieces in the air. Leon and Tony, wearing armor, entered through the main gate. The two people's movements were surprisingly consistent. First they took a step with their left foot at the same time, and then they took a step with their right foot at the same time. A cloak fluttered in the smoke and dust, and the sound of steel falling to the ground echoed in the empty base. The sunlight rushed in from behind them, like two angels of punishment pushing open the door to heaven. Hydra has now developed PTSD from Superman's red and blue uniform. The first time they saw Leon, they were so frightened that they ran away. But the Stark brothers, the one on the left swept with heat rays, while the one on the right swept back and forth with a double-handed cluster gun like plowing the land. Don't give the Hydra members any chance of survival. It seemed as if the theme of their revenge today was that no one survived. The base, which was not very big to begin with, was destroyed by the two men in just a few minutes. Baron Stark came out with his hands raised high, his expression so moved that he was almost kowtowed 3 times and 9 times on the spot. Before the others arrived, the voice came first. I surrender. Mr. Superman, I surrender. And Mr. Iron Man, I turn from darkness to light. Unconditionally surrender to the United Nations. Spare my life. Spare Baron Stark surrendered faster than Tony's cluster gun. But unfortunately it is still a little slower than heat rays. He was halfway through his words when he was torn apart from top to bottom. As the body fell, Leon and Tony walked right past him. In the end, there were only 3 people left in the entire base. One is the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, sitting on a cold brainwashing machine with empty eyes. The other 2 were Starks who came to seek revenge on him. The Winter Soldier stared blankly at the ground. He received no orders from the controller, so he would not move even if the sky fell. The cluster cannon in Tony's right hand was charging in front of the Winter Soldier's head. It's him. Tony said the question in a declarative tone. It's him. The heat in Leon's eyes was hotter than ever before. Tony looked at the Winter Soldier, a hint of doubt flashing across his angry face. But he is a brainwashed man who has lost his self-awareness. That's right, Leon nodded. Legally speaking, he cannot bear criminal responsibility. Even if he killed someone, he can be acquitted in court. Tony was stunned for a moment, pursed his lips, and the cluster cannon that was charging up energy dimmed a little. It was obvious that he was struggling inside. But at this moment, 2 beams of blazing red light suddenly rushed out from Tony's side and directly blew up the Winter Soldier's head. But morally speaking, he has an absolute blood feud with us, Leon said indifferently and turned away. It has nothing to do with anything else. This is a personal grudge. Behind him, the headless body lost its support and collapsed to the ground. Tony Stark stared at the broken body for a long time in silence. Finally, he sighed, charged the cluster cannons in both hands, and blasted it into pieces. Tony knew this was revenge, but he didn't know if it was the right thing to do. The only thing he was sure of was that he had to stay with Leon, even if the choice was wrong. Because they always have to take sides. I'm going to start forming the Avengers when I get back, and you have to join. He caught up with Leon. Chapter 106 The Ultimatum from Wenwu. Another 2 days passed. The last roots of Hydra on Earth were also wiped out by the men in black. It's not just the obvious forces. Even the deeply hidden artificial intelligence Zora and those scattered around the world trying to revive the source of Hydra, the Hive. They were all found by Leon and beheaded by the girls. Now if Leon used his super hearing again, at least he couldn't hear the real Hydra plotting loudly. Although there are still many people who claim to be Hydra and use it to do bad things. But the superheroes that these people are benchmarking against are the local police, so Leon doesn't need to worry about them. As of now, Hydra has been completely destroyed. Leon and Tony get their revenge. They broke the murderous knife, cut off the murderer's head, and buried all the anger in the ground along with the Hydra's body. It was drizzling in Los Angeles that day. Tony and Leon held long black umbrellas and stood side by side in front of the Howards' graves. The 2 of them placed a bouquet of white flowers next to the tombstone in sync. After a long silence, they wiped the words on the tombstones and left the cemetery together. Tony couldn't remember the last time he came to visit the graves. Leon comes here every year. He could understand Tony, looking at the tombstones of Mr. and Mrs. Howard. Tony always felt guilty and angry with himself, thinking that he was not worthy of standing there. But Tony has been very calm today. Leon felt that what he said before was right. Tony really did grow up suddenly this year. Looking back from Tony's perspective, he has experienced so much in the past 7 months of the first half of the year. Escaped from death in Afghanistan. After returning home, he was betrayed by his uncle Obadiah. Then he single-handedly dealt with the Ten Commandments gang in the Middle East. He also saved a different world that was nearly destroyed by his younger brother, and became Superman by the way. Later, he finally understood his father Howard's true feelings for him. Finally, the mastermind behind the murder of his parents, Hydra, was destroyed. Tony's past 38 years combined are definitely not as colorful as the experiences he has had in the past 6 months. He truly faced himself in various events, found what he wanted to do, and gained peace of mind. Put it in a movie. That is, his character arc has been established. The story can now come to a perfect end. The ending theme and credits for the behind-the-scenes crew can now be released. I decided to develop the Avengers. What about you? What do you plan to do next? Tony asked Leon as the two left. I've said it before. Leon's tone was casual, but his goal was clear: become stronger, keep getting stronger, and enjoy the process of becoming stronger. He slightly opened his umbrella and looked up at the center of the sky. Billions of raindrops fell into his eyes from there, like all living beings in the world. I want to see the highest scenery, have a dialogue with the one above all things, chat with the first sky, and even eternity should call me friend, and the transcendence should call me buddy. Leon continued to move forward. This is my ultimate dream. Huh? Tony was confused. Who are you talking about? A few days later, Leon packed his backpack and prepared to leave New York. He has arranged everything and is about to embark on his journey to Kamar-Taj. The main task of the men in black now is to take over the major Hydra bases, and some of the innocent children and experimental materials who were kidnapped in the base were sent back to their respective families. This alone would keep them busy for a month or two. And Shirley is almost becoming the biological daughter of Natasha and her sister. With the two sisters taking care of her, he doesn't have to worry about anything. On the corporate side, Natasha manages the internet company in an orderly manner. The superhero operating company that Yelena is in charge of is also thriving. Ever since the news spread that the Man in Black is affiliated with Superman, the Super English company run by them has obtained green light permission from all countries in all fields. Hundreds of company branches were successfully rolled out. In the past, other companies around the world would take advantage of the difficulty of cross-border rights protection to sell pirated Iron Man and Superman peripherals. But now all these pirated copies have disappeared. The Kyoing company is the only one left on the market that is still selling peripheral products of the two Kyoings. I heard that Yelena is planning to make a Superman vs. Iron Man movie to hype up the IP. Even Tony got involved as a half-screenwriter. The main content of the movie is that Iron Man invented kryptonite to defeat Superman due to a misunderstanding. At the most critical moment of the battle between the two, Superman was defeated by Iron Man due to kryptonite, and he cried out the name of his mother Maria in a trance. Yet Iron Man's mother is also called that name. This made him realize that Superman was also a living ordinary person. So the two of them immediately put aside their differences and formed the Avengers together. When Leon saw the script, he could hardly control his distorted facial expression and immediately sent it back for rewrite. Speaking of Tony, Leon was really worried about this guy. The deadline agreed upon by the 10 Rings gang is approaching. Calculating the time, it should be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So before leaving, Leon flew back to his seaside mansion in Los Angeles to see what the situation was like. But when he walked into the Stark mansion, from the door to the living room, the floor was littered with masked corpses. Tony was sitting in the middle of the pile of corpses, opening a beige letter and reading it, his expression normal. Tony, have you been attacked again? Leon could tell at a glance that the people on the ground had died in hand-to-hand combat. There was a man with great strength who shattered their internal organs with his fists. The scene was horrific. The deaths of these people were too tragic. It looked like you hired a few of them to kill before the duel to practice. Have you finally decided to give up the armor and return to the name of Kinnikuman? Are you going to fight with Wenwu with your fists? It's Iron Man. Tony rolled his eyes and stood up. I will defeat Wenwu with my latest armor. He handed the letter to Leon and said, I was in an online meeting when these people broke in. They attacked directly, but it turned out that they were here to deliver a message. Leon takes a quick look. Dear Mr. Tony Stark, today is the last day of our appointment. I have heard of your name a lot recently. Now thinking about it, it would be an honor for me to take your head. Out of respect for what you have contributed to the world, I allow you to choose your own burial place. I will come on time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to take you on your way. Signature, Wenwu. At least he used honorifics this time and his tone wasn't condescending anymore. Even though he still threatened to take my head, it's at least an improvement. Tony shrugged. Leon destroyed the letter casually. I thought he said a month was 31 days, but it turned out to be 30 days, and it was calculated from the night I attacked you. But he's obviously not very well informed and still doesn't understand the relationship between Superman and the Man of Steel. Now, among the top leaders of various countries, many have guessed that Superman's true identity is Leon Stark. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't have become the director of the new S.H.I.E.L.D. so easily. To be honest, those people were really relieved after discovering Leon's true identity. Compared to a civilian Superman like Clark Kent, they would rather accept Leon Stark. Because the Stark family is the top vested interest group, it is basically impossible for them to overturn the world order without warning just because they have greater power and authority. Just treat it as a more exaggerated eagle sauce on your head and live your life as usual from now on. However, this civil servant was unlucky. Historically, he was also an invincible figure in Asia. But since he found true love in Kunlun Daluo village more than 10 years ago and lived in seclusion with his wife, his former network of influence fell apart. It was not until his wife died that he, feeling disheartened, once again returned as the Dragon King. But it is difficult to reproduce the former glory in just a few years. It is understandable that we were unable to learn more inside information about the Hydra incident in a timely manner. Maybe he's not afraid of Superman at all. Tony likes to challenge masters. Only when the enemy is strong enough can he appear more powerful. He waved his hand, and Mark IV immediately flew out of the cabin and attached himself to the body. Let's go and wait for him at the place where you tested your strength last time. It's far from the city and suitable for fighting. Oh, right, 3/4 afternoon should mean 12 o'clock noon, am I right? Chapter 107. Tony's new armor. On the familiar grass, Leon and Tony stood side by side, their hair swaying in the wind. July is rainy on the west coast. At this time, the moving dark clouds blocked the sun and turned, and the whole world was in cold colors. The grass beneath their feet undulated like waves in the cold wind. Leon was silent for a while in the cold wind blowing in his face. It's only 11:40 now. We are early. Punctuality is a good habit. Coming early can give you a home advantage. Tony stood straight and imposingly. You don't want the 10 Rings gang to find your house and demolish it, do you? I don't live there anymore. Oh, interesting. How about I use your room to raise a pet dog? If you do that, I'll shove your head up your ass. Disgusting. Can we change the subject? Okay, that's what I wanted to ask just now. Leon looked up at the Mark IV flying in the sky acting as a signpost. Where's your new armor? He looked at Tony, who was only wearing casual clothes. Didn't you say that you would use the new armor to beat up Wenwu today? Tony was obviously very satisfied with this question and raised his mouth mysteriously. You will see. It will make you smile all day long. So mysterious. Great. I'm starting to look forward to it. Leon raised an eyebrow. I hope you can be quieter when you shout for help later. Ha, Tony sneered. Call for help? Absolutely not. You'll only see those guys in their underwear getting beaten down by me. Really? The young men are not the key. What's important is the old antique who's leading them. Leon's ears moved slightly. They are coming. Where? Tony looked around the lawn and didn't see anyone. This was originally Stark's old campus. It has not been rebuilt since it was abandoned, and there are only sparse palm trees around it, and the view is clear even for several kilometers away. Looking further out, there is the cliff and the shallows below it. That. Leon gestured to the sky. Tony looked over and saw 7 or 8 black dots flying in the distance in the sky. The rumbling sound of the engine was faint and gradually became louder. Thank you for the generous gift. I thought they would climb up from the cliff like the killers in the movies, but they actually took a helicopter. 3 minutes later, with a deafening roar, 8 helicopters cleared the humid air and landed in front of the 2 men. The sharp cyclone stirred up by the propeller spread over the grass. Countless grass clippings were cut and flew into the air, filling the air with the smell of wet mud and making sharp sounds of twitching branches in the airflow. The helicopter doors opened one after another. Dozens of masked men quickly got off the plane and gathered, forming a line on the grass. The leading helicopter looked like the last big devil to appear in the game. After everyone lined up at attention in front of it, the right door of the helicopter was slowly pushed open, revealing a pair of shiny combat boots, followed by a black ancient costume with a corset, with the movement neither hurried nor slow. Tony narrowed his big eyes slightly. He was a little annoyed and inexplicably felt like he was being despised. He thought that today's duel would be him fighting alone against thousands of enemies, and he would blast open the mystery of this 1,000-year-old organization with every shot and every cannon. Instead, the other party showed up in a helicopter in a swaggering manner. Even when getting off the plane, he acted in a high-profile manner, as if he didn't care about anyone. He and his younger brother were standing there stupidly, like 2 airport attendants, waiting to wipe the shoes and hold up parasols for the big guys on the plane when they got off. Tony took a few deep breaths. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He has always been the one who looks down on others. I want to twist that man's head off, press it on the propeller of the plane, and ask him if he will ride a helicopter next time. Tony whispered to Leon. Then you can start. Leon took a step back. The pretentious old man getting off the plane now is Wenwu. He had no emotion towards the contempt of civil and military affairs. After all, the other party was destined not to leave Los Angeles safely today. On the contrary, he found Tony's frustrated look quite amusing. Speaking of which, Tony seemed to have some misunderstandings about today's battle. He always thought that he had been challenged to a duel, so he thought that the other party would appear fully armed and cautious, and then the 2 sides would shake hands and fight regardless of life or death. However, Wenwu only issued death notices, and his contemptuous attitude remained the same. Tony added too much drama to himself. Hello, Tony Stark. I'm Wenwu. Tony walked forward with his eyes wide open, but Wenwu spoke first. This is a typical East Asian man with slicked back hair. He has a particularly traditional gentle temperament, and his eyes are filled with a depth that has been polished by time. At first glance, one would think that he is well-read, reserved. As the ancient text says, a gentleman hides his sword and does not draw it. But when he spoke, his sharp edge was exposed, with a hint of violence. You also brought your brother here. What a pity, you will all die here today. Tony was not to be outdone and looked Wenwu straight in the eyes. Oh, really? Why can't it be you and your men who die here? He tried his best to speak harshly. But the playboy's aura can be invincible on the girl's graceful thighs. But in the end he was no match for the other party's sharp eyes, like drawing a sword. At least in Leon's eyes, Tony seemed to be at a disadvantage. I'm going to die here. Wenwu looked like he had heard a joke. He walked past Tony and looked around the surroundings. The grave you chose for yourself looks beautiful, Mr. Stark. He turned around and raised his hand towards Tony, who was looking at him. Your contribution to the world deserves respect, but the reputation of the Ten Rings gang must not be damaged. I'll give you a chance to attack, Mr. Stark, but you have no chance of survival. If you want to try to escape, please do it as soon as possible. Wenwu looked at Tony, but there was actually no trace of him in his eyes. Thousands of years of fighting made him believe that he was invincible and that he would be invincible with the Ten Rings. Tony opened his mouth, wanting to say something decent. But when he thought about it, the coolest thing he had ever said in his life was "I am Iron Man." So he held it in for a few seconds, then tapped Wenwu's chest with his finger and said, "You will regret this." After saying that, Tony turned and stepped back, holding his hands flat and shaking them lightly. A few seconds later, a sound of breaking air came from the sky. Dozens of people looked in the direction of the sound and saw 6 or 7 mechanical parts spewing flames tearing through the clouds and heading straight for Tony. "That's Mark 42? Leon was stunned. Could this be the surprise Tony mentioned? Mark 42 is the armor in the movie that can break into parts and fly towards Tony. Now it should be called Mark 5. Those mechanical parts, some hands, some legs, all rushed straight towards Tony. Except for Leon, everyone present felt a little shocked. Chapter 108, Confrontation and Round 2. But at the moment when the mechanical parts were being dressed, Tony actually jumped up. He probably wanted to perform an aerial dress-up. However, the huge kinetic energy of the armor threw him directly into the air. He was thrown high up by the breastplate that was worn first, and was hit by the arm and leg armor in the air, making the parabola crooked. The last to catch up were the armored parts on the head and crotch. When the two parts snapped together with a bang, Tony let out a curse. Everyone present gasped in surprise. Even Wenwu, who had been calm since he appeared on stage, raised his eyelids slightly and showed a look of surprise. It's worthy of being called the Rebel Armor. Tony spent several months to make such a thing. Leon didn't know what to say. If Tony hadn't been in good physical condition, this wave would have been a complete failure. Leon looked up at the sky again, and his supervision penetrated the clouds and saw the sky fortress. It was not noticed before that the fortress had landed above Los Angeles at some point, ready for Tony to take orders at any time. I believe that many men in black are also watching this decisive battle on the fortress at this time. This time, Tony demonstrated what the rebellious armor is in front of both the enemy and his own people. Fortunately, Tony activated the armor's thrusters in time before landing, so the farce did not continue. After stabilizing his body, he flew back to Wenwu from a distance. "I feel good. It was just a small accident. Now we can start." Tony pretended to be nonchalant. Wenwu shook his head when he heard this. "I allow you to attack first, but after 10 moves, you will be dead." He originally felt that Tony was no match for him. Then I watched the scene that looked like a circus clown performing on stage. He became even less concerned. "Come on, let's make a quick decision." Wenwu shook his hands, and the 10 rings on his wrists simultaneously emitted a faint blue light, with a mysterious power lingering around the rings. 10 moves. Are you serious? I'm sorry, but 1 move is enough for me. Tony heard from Leon that the 10 rings on this Wenwu's hand even have the power to open up dimensions. So he never underestimated this opponent. But we must not lose in momentum. Tony launched an attack directly, raising his hand to shoot laser. When this weapon appeared in the movie, it instantly killed a large number of steel armors built by the villain as soon as it appeared. It has extremely strong cutting power. At this time, the red laser struck Wenwu like a lightsaber. Such weapons obviously exceeded Wenwu's expectations. He, who always had a calm expression, was immediately shocked. He raised his hands that were hanging by his sides and quickly blocked them in front of him. But he was still a second slow. The laser was blocked by the 10 rings in time, but it still hit the side of his face. Wenwu crossed his arms and thrust them forward, and the recoil force instantly dispersed the laser. He wiped the blood from the side of his face with his thumb, his eyelids half drooped, and a murderous look of anger loomed in his eyes. There are 9 more moves. This time he stretched his right leg back, raised his hands, and became a little more serious. 9 moves. That's quite a long time, but there's good news. The laser just now can only be used once. You can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Tony gained a slight advantage and immediately started to taunt. The civil and military officials who were used to being in high positions looked even colder when they heard this. These 2 people may be born to clash. They are the type who cannot tolerate others looking down on them, but they are used to showing their superiority. When they meet, it's like a spark floating into a gas station. It would be abnormal if it didn't explode. Tony flew in the air and launched a series of attacks without any hesitation. Palm cluster guns, chest energy guns, small missiles. He used all the offensive weapons on his armor, no matter how powerful they were. It doesn't look like an attack, but rather a weapons experiment. The damage is not great. Even the most powerful energy cannon only pushed Wenwu back a few centimeters. The other party was not hurt at all, but it is extremely insulting. Wenwu's eyes were now as ferocious as an eagle, and his aura was so suppressed that it seemed as if there were countless cold knives and sharp blades hidden around him. Tony completely pissed off the other person, but he also made up for the lost ground. Few 10 moves, that's not easy, right? My turn is over, now you can poof. Tony floated in the air, folding his arms and preparing to make some taunts. As a result, Wenwu suddenly became angry. He jumped more than 10 meters on the spot, and the 10 rings on his arms suddenly emitted blue light. A punch hit the armor's chest. Tony turned directly into a bent shrimp and fell to the ground from the air, raising a large amount of dust with a loud noise. But Wenwu's offensive did not stop at all. He continued to chase, clasped his hands and fists in the air, raised them high, and then smashed them down on Tony's position like a mountain falling. The rumbling sound of the impact echoed in the wind, and the earth seemed to tremble under the blow. If it was Tony before he went to the Resident Evil world, he would have definitely become half-crippled after suffering such a heavy blow, but now a bright light appeared in the smoke and dust, and a red energy cannon blasted Wenwu away. Then, the Mark V, with its chest armor almost completely destroyed, chased after him and placed its palm cannon against Wenwu's face to accumulate energy. Wenwu reacted quickly. The 5 rings on his left hand emitted blue light. He grabbed the palm cannon and pulled hard, tearing off the entire arm of the armor. He followed suit with his right hand, grabbing the other armor arm and pulling it off. Tony suddenly lost his balance, and they both flipped in the air and fell. After another hole was smashed into the ground, Wenwu stood up, clasped his hands into the gaps in the armor, roared, and activated the 10 rings, tearing the entire Mark V into pieces like disassembling Lego blocks. Large pieces of armor parts were scattered, and the disconnected circuits flashed blue and white electric light. Tony, who had lost the protection of his armor, was lifted up by Wenwu by his collar. Since you've been able to fight me for so long, I have to give you a compliment. Your little invention is really good. Wenwu's eyes were gloomy. I should have killed you immediately, but now I have changed my mind. Hand over the technology of this suit of armor, and I can let you and your brother leave alive. Tony's face was covered with dust. Really? Good suggestion, but you're a little early. We've only just started the second round. He grabbed Wenwu's wrists with both hands and used his own body strength for the first time. What? Wenwu's face was full of astonishment. Tony's lean hands had tremendous strength, and he actually pried his wrists apart. Wenwu opened his eyes wide and looked at Tony in astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What have you done?" He doubled the power of the 10 rings, and a vast amount of energy blasted out, suddenly bouncing Tony away like an inflated bouncy ball. The 10 rings strengthening of the human body is only incidental. What is truly terrifying about them is the deadly energy contained within them. Wenwu waved his hands, and the 10 rings instantly detached from his wrists. Under the connection of energy, they formed a weapon like a bond. Using the 10 rings as a weapon is his strongest way of fighting. He finally got serious. And the other side, Tony stood up unharmed, brushed off the dirt on his body, and tore off his half-ruined shirt, revealing a body of muscular body. As he just said, the second round has just begun. "Who the hell are you?" Wenwu looked at Tony like a hawk. Tony pulled an arc reactor from his pocket and held it against his chest. The next second, countless black filamentous substances surged out of his body, gradually forming a new set of armor. "I'm Iron Man." Chapter 109 Mark 6 Fungus God Armor. Black, filamentous material flowed out from Tony's fingertips, arms, and the gaps between the bones and muscles in his back. They flowed like liquid, smoothly spreading over Tony's body, covering him completely. The arc reactor on the chest also lit up at this time. The current is connected to a terminal. The filamentous substance solidified instantly and turned into mirror-smooth armor. This set of armor is completely black. Although it is made up of filamentous substances, it still has a metallic luster. In the end, even the eyes of the armor lit up, and the hands formed new energy cannons. What the hell? Not to mention the people from the 10 Rings gang, even Leon was a little dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Is this what biological armor looks like? Moreover, not all E-molds remain in the Resident Evil world, so what are these black filamentous substances? He subconsciously turned on the X-ray vision and scanned Tony's entire body. Under that streamlined armor, countless filaments connected the armor and Tony's body. It extends into the subcutaneous tissue, through the gaps between cells and into Tony's bones. In the gaps between the bones, Leon saw extremely sophisticated electronic metal circuits. He could tell that the material of those electronic circuits contained trace amounts of vibranium. And it is that little bit of vibranium that acts as the key medium. There are billions of filamentous substances entangled on it. It is densely connected to the arc reactor located in the chest. There, cold nuclear electricity is converted into bioelectricity, which continuously powers endless filaments of matter. Leon understood. Tony implanted some kind of fungus and core components of armor into the gaps between his bones. The SS3 enhanced serum gave him the abilities of bacteria control and bloodline parasitic manipulation. At this time, the arc reactor is providing energy. Perfect combination with fungi. A stable, reinforced structure is formed. It turns out that this is the new armor that Tony spent several months secretly tinkering with in the Resident Evil world. He is not exaggerating. This set of armor really exceeded Leon's expectations and even shocked him. Mark 6 is the name of this suit of armor. Today is its first appearance. Tony flew into the air with propulsion flames spurting out from under his feet. This suit of armor is obviously easier to operate. His flying movements were very easy, like a fish playing in water, as if he was controlling a part of his own body. Of course, you can also call it the Fungus God armor. Come on, how about saying hello to it? Say hello. Of course, the people from the 10 Rings gang would not say hi to a set of armor, but they did feel a strong sense of oppression from the armor. No one said anything? Well, it seems that none of you have a sense of humor. Tony waved his hands in the air and looked at Leon in the distance. Don't worry, these mycelium are not E-mold, but a new strain that I cultivated based on the mold when I was in that place. It's not contagious, and it doesn't have any human enhancement or transformation properties or anything like that. I call them fungus gods. Their advantage is that they can reproduce at super speed and amplify all my abilities. As Tony spoke, the palm cannon in his left hand disappeared and burst into flames. His right hand also turned into a sharp mycelium sword. Now, the halftime break is over and it's time to start the second round. Tony descended from the air, stabbing Wenwu with fire and sword. The other party is ready for battle. Tony's new armor gives people a sense of oppression like a mountain just by looking at it. After the fight, Wenwu realized that this feeling of oppression was a real and powerful fighting force. The mycelium sword collided with the 10 rings and flames shot up into the sky. The two figures touched and separated, then fought again. Tony has many tricks. The armor on his hands sometimes turned into cluster cannons, sometimes into long whips, or sometimes into giant blades. The long whip was surrounded by high-temperature flames and bound the civil and military officials. Tony named him Poisonous Flame. The giant blade was 2 meters long, and one swipe could set the whole field on fire. He called it the Fungus God Flame Knife. He tied and chopped people and also roasted them with high temperatures and burned them with artillery fire. Wenwu seemed to be overwhelmed for a while. The 10 rings danced so closely that he was exhausted from resisting. The people in the 10 rings gang had never seen anyone fight with their leader to this extent. The whole group of people were silent, not daring to miss any scene. Leon stood with the group of people and watched the show without any concern. He crossed his arms and nodded, approving of the power of Tony's new armor. This set of armor can not only withstand the high temperature of flames, but can also transform and mimic at will. There is also a very obvious amplification effect. After putting on the clothes, Tony's strength increased by 30% to 50%. Considering his basic strength of hundreds of tons, this value is not small. But even so, Leon still didn't think he could defeat Wenwu. The 10 rings' defensive capabilities are extremely strong, and Tony has not been able to break through them once so far. Given the physical strength of these two men, if they continue fighting like this, it will probably be 3 days and 3 nights without any result. If you want to end the battle, there must be changes. After fighting for a few more rounds, Tony also realized this and decisively retreated while spraying out the propulsion flames. He landed on the grass a few dozen meters away, clasping his hands in front of him. "You bitter-faced old antique, be careful, I'm going to get serious now." Tony did not forget to give Wenwu a nickname. The armor on his hands began to flow and combined into a giant, narrow cannon. The barrel of the gun was much larger than Tony himself, like a sea shark with its mouth wide open. Leon, who was far away, recognized it at a glance. It was the electromagnetic cannon developed by Umbrella Corporation, or rather, an electric current cannon. Once activated, it will emit a huge impact current instead of firing shells like a conventional electromagnetic gun. You're bound to like the inspiration from another world. Tony began to gather energy. The muzzle of the electric cannon formed by his hands danced with lightning snakes. The grass clippings floating in the air were affected by the electromagnetic force and began to rotate around Tony. The electric flash from the muzzle became brighter and brighter, and the speed of the grass clippings spun faster and faster. After 2 seconds, the current storage ends. A silver-blue electric gun that was 1 meter thick and as long as a thunder spear suddenly spurted out. Wherever it passed, the grass rolled and the soil was torn apart, penetrating through all obstacles and heading straight for Wenwu. Wenwu didn't interrupt Tony. He waited until the electric cannon was fired before he fixed his eyes, put his hands together, and controlled the 10 rings to rotate and overlap in front of him. The mysterious energy suddenly superimposed and surged. The next second, the energy defense formed by 10 rings collided violently with the spear condensed by electric current. At this moment, the images in everyone's eyes seemed to be shaking. An invisible shock wave spreads from the collision point. The grass within a few meters was all flying mixed with dirt. A large amount of grass clippings, mud, and sand scattered in all directions like raindrops. The strongest point of the electric cannon is its penetrating power. However, Wenwu blocked the shot head-on. He was thrown backwards and landed with a backflip. Only his hair was a little messy. I want the technology behind your set of armor, too. Wenwu showed an admiring look. Chapter 110, a horrible product from the world of Resident Evil. Wenwu acted very relaxed. Then Tony won't be able to relax. His slightly smug expression turned serious. Just now he thought he had the upper hand, but now it seems that the opponent was just unable to display his true strength in a hurry in close combat. He distanced himself, but ended up doing something stupid. Tony suddenly realized that Leon's evaluation of the leader of the Ten Rings gang was very objective. What about him who just received the death notice a month ago? I'm afraid even if 100 of them came, they wouldn't be a match for him. Tony felt a little tricky, but the formation must not lose. He shot back. You bare-faced old antique, do you still like to ask others for candy? Then come on, if you beat me, I'll give you this candy. Wenwu smiled coldly, and the 10 rings began to move in his palm. His way of exerting force changed, and his movements became a combination of hardness and softness, like autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, or like winding water flowing through a mountain stream. The energies of the 10 rings began to merge and overlap. Suddenly he punched out. The 10 rings overlapped each other and exploded in a ball of blue energy, blasting towards Tony. Tony subconsciously activated his thrusters to dodge, but the 10 rings followed. He could only choose to condense a mycelium shield with his hands as a defense. However, after colliding with the 10 rings, the shield immediately shattered without any resistance. The black fungi died instantly under the terrifying energy and scattered in the air. Tony was also knocked to the ground in a mess. When he stood up again, a large piece of armor was missing from his chest. However, when there is sufficient energy, the mycelium divides quickly and repairs the gap in the armor in a few seconds. The fungi that originated from the world of Resident Evil are so unreasonable. Tony still remembers it. In another world, he was following the new human army to destroy the zombie army. When those super zombies enter the 3rd stage, they will suddenly change from human-sized to the size of a small mountain without any warning. It simply does not even follow the most basic law of conservation of mass. Tony guessed that it should be a mysterious mechanism unique to the biochemical world that can convert energy and mass into each other. So he applied this mechanism to his own armor by cultivating a new type of fungus. Now, as long as there is enough energy, his armor can reproduce infinitely, and it can be said that it will never be destroyed. That punch just now did hurt a bit. I admit that you have some strength. Tony twisted his neck and formed a giant sword with his hands again. Wenwu is better at long-range attacks, so of course he has to shorten the combat distance. It doesn't matter even if it turns into a war of attrition. After absorbing energy from the reactor, the fungus god armor can also feed it back to him to replenish his physical strength. He had every confidence that he could play like this all day long. Tony shouted, "Come on!" Activated the thrusters under his feet, held the sword in front of him, and dived towards Wenwu close to the ground. However, Wenwu did not engage him in close combat this time. He stepped on the ground and retreated like willow catkins in the wind. Damn, this Wenwu can also do Lingbo Waibu? Leon, who was watching the game, looked at Wenwu's figures floating on the grass, and felt like he was watching a martial arts movie from his previous life. His movements were so graceful, there was no way Tony could catch up with him. After chasing each other for a long time, in the end the distance between the two people could not be shortened at all. Moreover, Tony couldn't attack Wenwu, but Wenwu was able to continuously use the 10 rings to inflict trauma on him. But Tony, who has extraordinary regenerative abilities for both his body and his armor, is like a no matter how you fight, you are in full swing. Played for more than 10 minutes. One can't touch the other, and the other can't kill the other. Both of them were extremely angry. Tony simply gave up on close combat. His hands switched forms again and turned into lasers. He waved two scarlet lasers like a Jedi Knight appearing. Wenwu stopped running away and once again made a Tai Chi-like starting stance, circulating the energy of the 10 rings. When the 10 rings collided with the laser was naturally easily dispersed. 10 circles are superimposed on each other without any reduction. It hit Tony straight in the chest. Once again, the fungus god armor was torn into pieces. This time even the reactor was smashed into scrap metal. However, Tony was still flying in the air. He took out a new arc reactor from his pocket and put it on his chest, and the fungus god armor was repaired again. Again and again Wenwu gritted his teeth. He retracted the 10 rings with a wave of his hands, recharged his energy, and attacked again. This time he chased Tony and launched a combo. Every time Tony's armor was repaired, the 10 rings would rush forward again. One of them was flying in the air while the other was chasing on the ground, and the situation was reversed again. This is what it means to be evenly matched. Leon exclaimed. If Tony's fighting skills were more sophisticated, maybe he could have broken through. In the blink of an eye, the fight between Tony and the other man had gone beyond the scope of the grass. Wenwu was bombarded from time to time. Tony was even knocked off the cliff by the 10 rings. Leon wanted to chase after him, but Wenwu threw down an order without even turning back and jumped off the cliff. Capture Tony Stark's brother. I want to see if he is willing to hand over his armor for his brother. Oh wow. Leon turned his head and looked. Dozens of members of the 10 Rings gang, either wearing training uniforms or ninja costumes, were looking at him with ferocious expressions. Actually, I think we can all sit down and have a calm chat. Leon spread his hands. However, the members of the 10 Rings gang had already drawn their guns or swords. Okay, let's try another way. Leon's eyes lit up red. A second later, he flew towards the cliff amid the powerless wails of the crowd. However, before he got close, he heard a dull thumping sound. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a huge hammer hitting the cliff. You could even hear the voices of Wenwu cursing at the monsters. How long has it been? What happened under the cliff? Leon floated in the air, flew to the seaside, and looked down. Thank you for the generous gift. He couldn't help but swear. There was no sign of Tony at the bottom of the cliff. No, it's Tony under the cliff who is still in human form. All I saw was a stretch of beach where the cliff and the coast met. Countless black hyphae spread in clusters, covering the entire coast. At first glance, the cliffs are black, and the sea level below the cliffs is also black. The entire area is covered with mycelium as far as the eye can see. The originally green bushes were covered with mycelium and turned into shriveled dead branches. The fish swimming in the sea were entangled by the hyphae, and only dry bones were left after a few seconds. In the center of this hopelessly dark mycelium coast, there stands a huge black humanoid fungus that is more than 10 meters tall, and Tony was in the chest of that fungus. His chest and cheeks were exposed. The limbs and head are immersed in the huge fungus body, connected by hyphae that gradually become thicker. When he waved his hands, the giant fungus also waved. It's just that large bacteria don't have legs, so they can't move. Tony turned into a tyrant Bo from Resident Evil. Leon was dumbfounded. But he soon realized something was wrong. Wait, he is conscious and his body shows no signs of erosion. Everything should be under his control. He controls the massive reproduction of fungi, drains nutrients from the coastline, uses them to expand the fungus, and thus increases its own power. So this isn't a tyrant, but a fungal model Gundam. What the hell is this? Tony drives a Gundam? Leon slapped his forehead. Is Tony's style of painting a little skewed? Is this still Iron Man? Leon couldn't figure it out for a moment, but he knew that the giant fungal armor was indeed very powerful. because now Tony controlled the armor and slapped Wenwu. Like swatting a fly, directly broke through the 10 rings of defense. He even lifted Wenwu's ankles and threw him to the ground. As easy as pounding a piece of dough. The power increase is between 5 and 10 times the power of this giant fungal armor is around 1,000 tons. Leon made an assessment. Although it's a little weird, it's really amazing he didn't know what to say. Within a few minutes, Wenwu, who was caught by Tony, screamed and was sucked into a mummy by the fungus. Tony let out a long sigh of relief. He looked around, then looked up and saw Leon in the sky, and his tired expression immediately disappeared. Leon! He raised his chin and opened his hands. How is it? Did your jaw drop? My fungus god armor is pretty good, right? I can easily take down the leader of the 10 Rings gang with just one slap. Leon landed in front of Tony. How should I put it? It seems good. But what are you going to do now? These fungi can't stay here, right? I can control their growth, don't worry. Tony moved his mind, and the bacteria that fixed his left hand retreated like a tide. He used his left hand to turn the arc reactor. Just reverse the direction of energy delivery, and they will soon lose their vitality. The arc reactor began to glow brightly. The bioelectricity of the mycelium is converted back into electrical energy through Tony's body. Leon could see that the tips of large areas of mycelium on the sea surface had begun to turn grayish-white. But he quickly frowned. Wait a minute. If all the bioenergy stored in such a wide coastline is converted into electrical energy, it may overload your body. What? Before he could finish his words, Tony let out a heart-wrenching scream. The blood vessels in his chest swelled and ruptured rapidly, and his heart began to expand, showing signs of exploding. The huge amount of reverse energy caused his body to start overloading. Damn it! Leon grabbed Tony and pulled out the arc reactor and crushed it with his bare hands. I knew you were unreliable, he complained, and heat rays erupted from his eyes. In a few breaths, all the mycelium, along with the cliffs and the coast, were burned to ashes. The originally green coastline turned into a lava layer in the blink of an eye. After being covered by seawater, only a dark stone wall was left. Tony gasped as he watched the scene, giving a wry smile. It was originally perfectly controllable, but there was a small accident. I may have to adjust the energy return path again. Red light flashed in many places on his body, and super regeneration began to take effect. You still want a next time? Don't use this Gundam form if you don't have to. Leon brought Tony to the ground and walked towards the place where the 10 rings fell. Chapter 111 Ring. Wenwu's body was sucked dry by the mycelium and turned into ashes under the heat rays. Only the 10 rings were left lying quietly on the charred rock. Even the surrounding land was tormented by the heat rays. The 10 rings still look spotless. It just lost its magical glow and turned into an ordinary metal ring. Leon leaned over, picked up the 10 rings, and wiped them gently. Tony leaned forward to take a look. Why aren't they glowing like light bulbs? Could there be another switch hidden somewhere else? Or is it touch or voice controlled? Tony was obviously kidding. What voice control? Do you really think these 10 rings are household appliances? Leon was amused. They are controlled by the mind, just like your hi-fi. Just watch. He focused his eyes slightly and easily communicated with the 10 rings. The ordinary iron ring shone brightly. It's just different from being in the hands of civil and military officials. This time they emitted a platinum-colored light, like 10 diluted suns, rotating around Leon. What does it feel like? Tony was very interested in these 10 rings that could rival his armor. There's a huge amount of energy running inside them, huh? This energy is starting to strengthen me. Leon spread his hands and his body floated naturally. The 10 rings wrapped around him like a halo, moving rhythmically up and down. A few seconds later, Leon landed again and was not satisfied with the strengthening of the 10 rings. Unfortunately, the enhancement is not very strong. The strength is increased by about 1%. Tony's eyes widened. 1%, 20,000 tons? Or 40,000 tons? Can these 10 rings increase a person's strength by so much? The single arm has increased by about 20,000 tons. This should not be its limit. It's just that it is not very compatible with me. Lion controlled the 10 rings on his wrist. Then isn't Wenwu's suitability incredibly low? His strength is only a few dozen tons. It's different. My physical fitness is high enough to accommodate more energy. Leon turned the 10 rings. The 10 rings have enhanced Wenwu's physical fitness by hundreds of times. Maybe he is more suitable for using the 10 rings than me. In addition to strengthening the body, the 10 rings can also grant a person a long or even permanent life. No, you said eternal life? Are you serious? Tony couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Wenwu lived for thousands of years without dying, but I don't feel any change in my lifespan now. Could it be because you are still young? Maybe. Leon waved his hand. But the most powerful power of these weapons lies in themselves. He suddenly threw a punch towards the sea. 5 rings were arranged in a straight line and shot out like javelins. The sea surface in front of the two people was suddenly split into two, and the waves surged more than 10 meters high, exposing the seabed in the offshore area. That's their own power. Leon did not use any strength in this punch, but simply controlled the 10 rings to cause destruction. He moved his wrist, and the 5 rings returned and were put on his forearm. The sea surfaces that were separated on both sides also came together again. Countless water splashes collided and shattered into droplets, splashing on the shallows like drizzle. Tony's eyes lit up. I suddenly have a bold idea. You want to use the 10 rings on the armor? Leon immediately followed his train of thought. The 10 rings might actually be quite suitable for Tony's fungus god armor. In Leon's opinion, this armor is quite similar to the symbiote armor of another Tony in the comics. Maybe it is slightly inferior in combat power, but its potential is definitely not inferior. If you add the 10 rings to it and unleash its full power, maybe Tony can use the fungus god armor to resemble the armor of the gods in the comics. It's not impossible. Look, this is your trophy. Try it first to see if you can use it. Leon controlled the 10 rings to fly in front of Tony. It can be said that this attack by Wenwu was entirely resolved by Tony's own strength. And Leon just played the role of spectator. At most, he killed a few troublesome soldiers. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that these 10 rings are the trophies Tony received after defeating Wenwu. When a warrior defeats the devil, he will get some equipment to upgrade. This is normal, right? Do we even need to try this? Tony took the 10 rings with care and put them into his arms one by one. Now let's see how compatible I am. I think it will be a 100% match. He clenched his fists with great anticipation. Leon, I'm going to become Superman too. Haha. It can be seen that Tony actually wants to use the 10 rings to create an anti-Superman armor. Hey! He gathered all his strength and tried to control the 10 rings. However, the 10 rings did not move at all. His back muscles bulged and he imagined all the strength in his body flowing into the 10 rings. Still nothing happened. Tony was getting anxious. He half squatted down and used all his strength. Tony's war hovered over the seashore. He was like an obsessed otaku, naked and imitating the Super Saiyan transformation. However, despite the sound becoming increasingly louder, it still did not cause any movement in the 10 rings. Tony's neck turned red from shouting before he finally gave up and stood up, panting. He didn't know if it was because he was embarrassed or because he was lacking oxygen after shouting for too long, but he felt his face burning. He is lost. He clearly saw Leon controlling it this way just now. Am I not adaptable? Tony frowned as he looked at the ring in his hand. Leon reminded, why don't you try another position? How? Tony was stunned. Perhaps different people use the 10 rings in different ways. How about you try to communicate with the 10 rings while yelling at the magical girl to transform? Tony's face darkened. Are you serious? Never mind. You should use this thing. It will at least increase the power by 20,000 tons. Leon didn't answer. I don't need it. It's only 20,000 tons. What can it do? You can keep it and study it slowly. Researcho, let's go back to the fortress and try using high-frequency current. Tony opened his mind. I just don't believe that I can't use this 10 rings. If they're useless, I'll melt them down in the fort. He took out an arc reactor and put it against his chest, then put on the fungus god armor and flew into the sky. Leon laughed dumbly. No, maybe they just need a certain state of mind to resonate. Shout the magic girl to transform first. Shut up. Tony flew towards the fortress. After several days of exploration, in subsequent experiments, it turned out that Leon was right. When resonating with the 10 rings for the first time, one does need relatively stable emotions. To put it in a difficult way, it means to be as kind as water. After the first resonance, it becomes very easy to control it. You can control it with just a thought. Tony complained about this for several days. It's just a weapon, how can it be related to mental state? At the same time Tony and Wenwu were fighting. On the other side of the earth, Nick Fury, who was under supervision, was also busy. Although I was unable to access the internet and contact the outside world while in prison. But Fury always had his own intelligence channels. He has to find out Superman's true identity. Such an unknown, mysterious, powerful being is too dangerous for the Earth. However, a week later, his informant still failed to provide him with any useful clues. Instead, it was Tony Stark who was recommended by him to the position. After the Security Council conducted a detailed background investigation, a copy of the corresponding report was also sent to him, and asked him to read it carefully, while 7 cover girls stayed overnight at the same time. Is our new director really charming? Nick Fury casually flipped through the report about Tony, not paying much attention. Chapter 112, Welcome to Kamar-Taj. He knew a lot about Tony's past and there was nothing suspicious about it, even after returning from Afghanistan. The other party has also changed a lot of his bad daily habits. It seems that he has the mentality to shoulder the responsibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only thing we need to worry about is that this guy will date all the female agents in the Bureau. After all, look at this background check report. The worst thing Tony Stark ever did on his own initiative was throwing bad parties for several weeks in a row. The Security Council gave this item in the report a frivolous comment. But in Nick Fury's view, this is not a problem at all. He flipped through the report in his hand idly, just to kill time during his imprisonment. Look at this. He used $1 million to persuade his brother's first love to leave him. Oh, our steel boy is still an old-fashioned parent. And what happened next? Are these all the things he did to his brother Leon? When Leon wanted to start a company, he provided inventions and money. When Leon's grades were just above average, he secretly donated money to the top universities in the country. When Leon wanted to fly, he built a spacecraft himself. I want a brother as rich as him, too. Nick Fury read the information with his head shaking. Suddenly his lazy voice stopped, and for some reason he slowly sat up straight. Space Shuttle Fury's eyes stopped on the row of spaceships. He quickly flipped back. I saw a line of annotations at the end of 2007. Leon Stark took a spacecraft into space. However, if you turn the pages further, even to the last page, there is no written record of the spacecraft's return. It is impossible for the Security Council to miss such details when conducting background checks. In other words, the spacecraft that flew into space half a year ago has not yet returned to Earth. Halson, we all met Leon Stark a month ago, right? Fury suddenly shouted upstairs. The thumping of the drums upstairs stopped. Halson replied, "That's right, sir. We all met his brother Leon on the day Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man, and he still kicked you out of the villa." "That's really impressive." Nick Fury lowered his head and pointed his index finger at Leon's photo in the profile. "Now I know why the Security Council asked me to read this document. So you are Superman, Leon Stark. This is a very comforting truth. The spacecraft is still floating in space, but the people have returned to Earth." The time of his reappearance 6 months later coincides with the appearance of Superman. Tony Stark also showed his acquaintance with Superman at the hearing. "With so many clues in front of us, no matter how incredible it is, we can still guess the truth." Nick Fury paced the room. Iron Man, the Man in Black, and Superman, the three forces that suddenly appeared, turned out to be just one side. Could it be that they were also responsible for the exposure of Hydra? Why are they doing this? Maybe it has something to do with Howard Stark. Nick Fury sat back in his chair, his eyes falling on Leon's photo. But at least Superman's identity is known. He can be barely trusted. Maybe we can get these two brothers involved in revenge. Damn it. Tony Stark has renamed S.H.I.E.L.D. to the Avengers. Lou Dan suddenly remembered that the Avengers, which he had been dreaming about, had become Tony's. "I was so angry that I jumped up and down." After calming down, he looked dimly and suddenly realized something. The Stark brothers have already mastered the most powerful force and the most important power on Earth today. They can no longer be restrained. And Tony was pushed to that position by Nick Fury himself. This suddenly made Fury feel upset again. "Maybe after my imprisonment is over, it will be time for me to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. and have a good talk with Rambo," he whispered to himself. The day after defeating Wenwu, Tony was busy studying the 10 rings, transforming the fortress, and forming the Avengers. Leon has already packed his bags and boarded a plane to Nepal. The ultimate goal of this journey is to go to Kamar-Taj to study. Leon had reason to believe that the Ancient One, who possessed the Time Stone, already knew everything from the moment he decided to pay him a visit. So to show sincerity, he didn't even consider going to the sanctuary on Bleecker Street in New York. Instead, they seek the far away instead of the near. "I chose to come to you in the way an ordinary person would. Take a flight to Kathmandu, where you will find the headquarters of Kamar-Taj." In his imagination, he will measure every inch of Kathmandu with his own footsteps. Just treat it as a trip. While searching, you can also visit the famous Pashupatinath Temple and Bhutanath Stupa. For this purpose, Leon asked Jarvis to help prepare a 3-day and 3-night travel guide. But Leon had just gotten off the plane. A black man in a hooded robe stopped him outside the airport. The black man held one hand in front of him and half bowed respectfully. "Dear Mr. Superman, the Sorcerer Supreme asked me to send her greetings to you. Please follow me. I have already found a ride to Kamar-Taj." Oh, okay. Before Leon could react, he followed the black man into the car. "I'm Carl Mordo. Mr. Superman, you can just call me Mordo. You just got off the plane, so you can take a break. We'll be there soon." "Oh, okay, thank you for your hard work." Leon looked at the flowing street scenes outside the window, transitioning from the suburbs to the downtown area and then into the ancient temple area. He was caught off guard. The 3-day and 3-night travel plan seemed to have ended before it even began. He thought it would take a long time to find Kamar-Taj, but the hotel actually picked him up directly at the airport and provided him with a home-like service. More than 10 minutes later, Mordo parked his car at a street corner and actually trotted to open the door for Leon. He took Leon's luggage with both hands. The person leading the way said that the location of the sanctuary was not convenient for parking and we had to walk there. It was unfair to Superman that you had to take a few more steps. Leon nodded repeatedly and said it was all as he should. But it also feels a little strange. He thought that since they had already picked him up at the airport, Why didn't you, Master Mordo, just open the portal and land directly in front of Ancient One? Why did you have to take a car and walk? How could you be more ceremonial than him, a stranger who came to visit? It's no wonder that Lion had wild thoughts. The development of things was really too different from his expectations. Mordo led the way, pushed open a shabby wooden door, and took Leon into the quaint and majestic inner hall of Kamar-Taj. Leon was even more surprised. Once inside, two female mages came forward and kindly helped him take away his backpack and coat. The two male monks cautiously took out cushions, brushed off the dust, and stretched out their hands to signal him to take the seat. After Leon awkwardly sat cross-legged, the four retreated to the corner of the inner hall. "Please have some tea." Another gentle voice came from the side. "Okay, thank you." Leon smiled back, took the tea, and was about to take a sip when he quickly praised the tea. Suddenly his eyes widened. Ancient One. The person kneeling beside him and serving him tea was none other than the supreme sorcerer Ancient One. "It's me. Welcome to Kamar-Taj, Mr. Leon." Ancient One's eyes were calm and he wore a brown and yellow robe, looking like a master. He smiled at Leon. Chapter 113 Multiverse. "You know me?" "Of course, you should know me." Leon looked at the big bald head in front of him and determined that it was the hairstyle of a strong man. "I mean, you guys don't seem to be the hospitable type, but I'm really flattered that you picked me up at the airport and served me tea today. You don't want me to help you with something, do you?" Leon thought of a world consciousness that was wagging its tail and paying him attention. He took a sip of tea. "Is this honey tea? It tastes good." Master Ancient One turned his fingers and the cup in Leon's hand was automatically refilled with tea. "If you like it, drink more. We have plenty here. You don't have to be shy or suspicious. I don't ask for anything. This is just Kamar-Taj's way of treating distinguished guests. Welcoming and treating them with courtesy. The same applies when strange comes." Leon raised his eyebrows. "That's not right. When an atheist like him comes, you must show your power first." Guyi smiled and said, "You have to serve him tea to show your power." Leon nodded. "What about me? I thought you would come earlier, Mr. Lion." Guyi smiled. "For example, after your 18th birthday, or after you come back from space. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "It sounds like I've broken promises a lot," Leon complained, "but I don't remember us ever meeting or making an appointment." "I haven't seen it, but Mr. Leon must know the term long-term spiritual connection," Guyi said with a smile. "So we've been friends for a long time? You can if you want." "It's an honor. Master, you should know that I came here to learn magic." Leon asked the purpose. Ancient One nodded. "From now on, all the books in Kamar-Taj are open to you." "Thank you. How about you let me do something? It feels awkward to take something for free." Guyi's smile seemed to be a little warmer. "I just have one question, you say? How much do you know about the crises our world will face in the future, Mr. Lion? Dormammu, the Infinity Stones, and Thanos? You really do know a lot. Besides this, is there anything else? And the multiverse crisis? This is what I want to say. I'm afraid the time when the crisis comes is very near," said Guyi. Leon's relaxed back straightened up. "What do you mean?" "Since a few years ago, Wenwu's 10 rings have been emitting some special signals to the outside world." "Do you know what it is?" "The 10 rings transmit the signal. Shouldn't we have to wait for more than 10 years? Leon frowned. In the movie, it wasn't until Shanghai mastered the 10 rings that this artifact began to transmit information to the multiverse. But Ancient One said that they have already started. Why is there a difference in timing, and what message does it convey?" Leon felt like he was missing something. "You have used the 10 rings. Do you remember what it can bring to people?" Guyi coaxed. "Power, energy, and lifespan." "Wait, you mean lifespan?" Leon got the clue. He stroked his chin and analyzed. Lifespan is actually time. Multiverse, could it be that these 10 rings are actually the weapons of Kang, the remnant of the man who founded the Time Mutation Administration? Or are they some variant of his weapons? Leon suddenly understood. The 10 rings may be transmitting the coordinates of our universe to a certain variant of Kang. Before he traveled through time, the plot of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had only reached Captain Marvel 2. Therefore, he is actually not clear about the future situation of the MCU multiverse and can only speculate based on clues. Ancient One nodded in approval. The crisis in the multiverse has already begun, and it won't be long before it affects us. Leon frowned deeply. So, our world is not the main universe, and the timeline of the main universe has reached more than 10 years in the future? Guyi smiled and said, "It depends on how you define the main universe. Isn't the main universe the one with the number?" Leon said as a matter of course. This is how Marvel sorted the movie universe in its previous life. Ancient One shook his head. She stood up, walked to the center of the inner hall, and suddenly stretched out her hand, using cosmic energy to construct a chaotic universe picture. In our world, there is more than just one multiverse. Her palms moved rhythmically. Many black spheres representing the universe immediately appeared in the three-dimensional figure. Countless spheres are grouped together into several groups. There are many multiverses under the Omniverse. We are one of them. Its number is, and each parallel universe inside it has its own number. The main universe you mentioned is actually numbered as Plane A, but in our multiverse, it can indeed be called Universe 616. We are in one of the other parallel worlds, numbered as the S-Plane. Leon was stunned. Isn't 616 the main universe of the comics? Comics? Guyi was stunned. What comics? I mean, shouldn't there be only one 616 universe? That's not the case, said the Ancient One. The multiverse is like an apartment building, and each building has its own room 616. But you're right about one thing. No matter which building it is in, 616 is a main universe existence similar to the benchmark. It's like a model house in the building of the multiverse, and other universes change based on it. Among the many buildings in the Omniverse, the most important ones right now are ours and another one. But the residents in the other building are much stronger than us. Leon understood. This was referring to the comic universe and the movie universe. This is just great. The movie universe always calls itself number 616, while the comic universe calls it a contradiction. This was explained clearly by Guyi. The summary is, different numbers come from different perspectives. From the perspective of the Omniverse, the movie multiverse is like a pocket, and the overall number is. But when people in the movie universe look at themselves, they call their main universe the 616 universe. Because at Marvel, 616 represents the benchmark. So, our baseline universe has already started a multiverse war. Leon asked. Yes, and the 10 rings will be one of the triggers that will bring the flames of that war here. Then I'll go back and ask Tony to block the signal of the 10 rings. It's useless. The message was sent several years ago. The enemy may be on the way now. Master, you are so calm, you should have a way to deal with it, right? Leon felt a sense of crisis. In a multiverse war, one must have the strength of a single universe to be able to protect himself, and he is still far from that. Guyi looked at Leon but did not answer. His smile was as warm and peaceful as a deep conversation in spring, without any sign of worry. You came here to learn magic. Why don't we experience it first? For some reason, she changed the subject to magic. Chapter 114, about the matter of becoming a disciple without becoming a disciple. Leon stood up curiously. How to experience it? Like this. Guyi suddenly slapped out his palm, attacking Leon's chest directly. Leon subconsciously dodged sideways. Guyi's palm hit nothing, and he followed up with another palm. Leon dodged subconsciously and dodged again. Guyi reluctantly withdrew his hand. Don't move, or with your speed and reaction, I won't be able to hit you until dark. Sorry, my body moved subconsciously. Are you going to astral project me? Come on, I'm ready. Leon puffed out his chest. He had wanted to experience magic for a long time. Guyi slapped out again, this time hitting Leon hard in the chest. A wonderful feeling suddenly surged into Leon's heart. He felt as if he were about to break free of some kind of restraint. However, after a few seconds, he looked at Guyi in front of him and blinked. Hasn't it started yet? It's over. Your body is too strong, and there's some strange ability protecting your consciousness. This makes your soul unusually stable. It requires a little more effort, Ancient One explained. Leon was stunned when he heard this. Strange ability? Is it the ability to travel through time, or the ability to lock genes, or the power of biohazard? He didn't pursue the matter further, because Guyi put his palms together and actually began to accumulate strength. Mordo, who had been standing nearby, was stunned. He looked at Leon. The corners of his mouth twitched. This was the first time he had seen someone who could make the Supreme Sorcerer's spells ineffective. I saw cosmic energy surging in Guyi's palm. After a few seconds, he clapped his hands again, and his expression was much more serious. This time, Leon's soul was instantly captured, but only the upper body. His translucent upper soul rushed out of his body, but his lower body remained inside. I saw the back of my own head. Is this astral projection? Master Ancient One, I want to learn this. Leon's soul danced his arms and realized something was wrong. Wait, where are my feet? Why are they still in the same place? He tried to float up, but his body pulled at the lower half of his soul, so he could only twist in place. Why do I feel like I've become a ground-bound spirit? He had a strange look on his face, and he could even control his lower body to move around. Ancient One said helplessly, just stay here for now. You can try it yourself later when you learn astral projection. I want Leon's soul to completely leave his body. She would have to use more mana, but she has been sustaining her life by absorbing energy from the dark dimension. Given her current physical condition, if she casts spells with too high an intensity, she would reveal the aura of the dark dimension. Although Ancient One doesn't mind using these dark energies, but it's best not to let other mages misunderstand. Not long ago, her favorite disciple Cassilis betrayed Kamar-Taj. If the wizards were to mistakenly believe that even she, the Supreme Sorcerer, had turned to darkness, then the people of Kamar-Taj will lose their morale. With a single move of his hand, Ancient One cancelled the spell, allowing Leon's soul to return to his body. Although I only experienced half of it, it was really magical. Leon looked at his hands. Master Ancient One, when do we start teaching? Wait until Mordo arranges a room for you and takes you to familiarize yourself with this place. Ancient One was also happy to teach Leon magic, as she saw some hope in this young man. Master Mordo, who had led the way before, stepped forward again. He changed his address. Mr. Leon, please follow me. After learning magic, Leon will naturally be considered a wizard. As a great wizard, Mordo has already regarded him as his own. Thank you for your help, Mordo. Leon nodded and left the inner hall. The two walked and visited, passing a martial arts training ground, a group of ancient buildings, and the most important library, and arrived at their residence. This will be your room from now on. Over there is the toilet. Next to it you can meditate. And here is the Wi-Fi password. Mordo handed Leon a note. Then he half bowed and left. I will not bother you any more. When you are ready, please go to the inner hall to find the Supreme Sorcerer. She will teach you the practice of magic. Leon was the only one left in the room. He picked up the note. Shambhala, it's just like in the movie. The password hasn't been changed in 10 years. But the transliteration of Shambhala refers to the Pure Land in Buddhism, which is consistent with the esoteric organization like Kamar-Taj. Leon simply cleaned up the house, took some photos and sent them to Shirley and Tony, then went to find Ancient One again. Guyi and Leon sat opposite each other. The teaching process is straightforward. Before learning magic, you must first understand magic and know why you want to learn magic. This is very important for us mages. You can travel to other worlds and perhaps see superior magic in the future. But in the case of Kamar-Taj, the essence of magic is to borrow power from other dimensions at a certain cost. And the simplest way to evaluate whether a wizard is powerful or not is to see how he can gain greater power at a smaller cost. Listen to Guyi's story till here. Leon couldn't help but say, people like you who borrow and don't return are the most powerful wizards, right? Ancient One was stunned and smiled. You know me very well, but you are wrong. The most powerful wizard will directly devour the party whose power is borrowed and turn it into his own power. Wow, Master Ancient One, other wizards can't hear this kind of thing, they will go crazy. Leon turned the teacup. That's why you need to be clear about your purpose before learning magic. Ancient One said, only with a firm and sincere belief can one not be deceived by power, although sometimes there is only a fine line between piety and madness. Leon, I can see that you have a determined pursuit to become stronger. That's why you learn magic. Remember it, and never be complacent, always choose to pursue stronger. Perhaps one day, you will be able to reach Agamotto's realm. Leon didn't expect Guyi to say this. You seem to be very optimistic about me. Of course, your talent is no weaker than Strange's, and there are unlimited possibilities in the future. Guyi drew a portal in the air with his finger and took out several thick tomes. Your body is extremely powerful and is destined to attract the covetousness of the gods of the dimension. This is your most powerful talent in learning magic. In other words, the demons would be very willing to lend their power to Leon. Although all the books in Kamar-Taj are open to you, I suggest you start with the magic of S.H.I.E.L.D. As the worshippers of Kamar-Taj, the Trinity S.H.I.E.L.D's magic is more stable and the cost is much lower. Guyi showed the book in her hand. The Key of Solomon, the Ruling Code, the Heart of Hogs, they are all the most basic introductory readings on magic. Leon took a few books and said, it seems that you are not going to teach me, but let me learn by myself. Guyi smiled and said, I believe you can learn much faster by reading than by me orally. Okay, you're right. Leon flipped through the book in a few seconds, then closed his eyes and began to digest it. A few minutes later he opened his eyes and waited for the teacher in front of him to ask questions. But Guyi did not ask any questions, but immediately took out the book again and handed it to Leon. Slowly, as the sky darkened, more and more books appeared around Leon. When he opened his eyes again, put down the book in his hand, and prepared to take the new book that Guyi handed to him. But the answer was empty. No more. Leon was still unsatisfied. The feeling of wandering in the ocean of magical knowledge is so fulfilling that one doesn't want to stop. These are my recommended books. You can try to explore freely in the future. Guyi pointed to the side of him as Leon looked confused. The spacious inner hall was filled with yellowed magic books at some point. A rough count shows that there are at least 700 books. You mean I've already graduated? Leon closed the book in his hand and turned the pages, revealing the title of the first page, The Book of Cagliostro. Ancient One denied, I didn't teach you anything. You are your own teacher. It seems I still have a lot to learn in the future. Leon understood Guyi's reminder to him not to be complacent. Guyi nodded with satisfaction, stood up, pushed the door open and left. It's getting late, go to bed early. Of course, it might be time for you to bask in the sun. Chapter 115, Beginning to Learn Magic and Graduating. Leon did not go to sunbathe before finding Kamar-Taj. He has reached his limit. The single-arm strength is 207 million tons. Now even if he continues to bask in the Resident Evil world for a few more years, the subsequent growth will be minimal. If I say that basking in the sun before was like a very hungry person eating, so he is basking in the sun now, just like eating melon seeds after having a good meal and drinking. It is better than nothing, and he even feels a little bloated. After returning to my dormitory, Leon took out the hanging ring that Ancient One left behind when he left. The hanging ring can be used to open a portal, and can also be used to assist in communicating with other dimensional worlds. He sat cross-legged on the bed, put on the hanging ring, and began to meditate to try to find a creditor, prepared to fail in the first attempt. However, the process of borrowing power was very smooth, even smoother than Leon expected. Normally this is a process that requires a high level of concentration. It takes an ordinary wizard several days to several years to learn how to use the hanging ring. But Leon is distracted by controlling various superpowers at any time in his daily life. It was easy for him to concentrate. His consciousness easily entered the dimensional world, like a piece of flesh falling into a school of sharks. As soon as he showed up, countless strange or huge and mysterious consciousnesses surrounded him, eager to sign a contract with him. The scene of the swarming crowd. It's like a bunch of bank managers sitting around doing nothing. But suddenly, a wealthy man who owned an oil field came over with proof of assets and shouted loudly if anyone could help him with the loan application. They rushed forward without even a moment's hesitation, all pushing their heads forward, just to go up to this rich man and say, "You can't borrow money to suffer losses. You can't borrow money to be cheated. If you want strength, look at me. I can lend small amounts at low interest rates." Leon naturally accepts everyone who comes. No matter which demon came to him, he signed a loan contract with all of them. Even Dormammu was not spared. Since he has no intention of paying it back, he will definitely borrow as much as he can. Moreover, because of strength, if others use the same magic, they will have to pay the price of gastric perforation, such as strange. And he only needs to pay a few drops of blood, or a few hairs. For the dimensional demon, these are already usable magical materials. Wait for Leon to open his eyes again. He made hand seals with both hands, and with a flick of his palms he produced 2 rings of Gagorador. With a slight change in the seal, the 2 defensive rings emitting arcane light turned into an upgraded version of the Seraphim shield. This defensive magic is already the strongest among the orthodox magic of Kamar-Taj. In the movie Final Battle, the mages can even use it to resist the energy attacks launched by Thanos' spaceship from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Leon switched the seal again. The Seraphim shield disappears. A golden sword condensed in his hand. This is Vishnu's sacred sword, designed to defeat dark creatures and magic. Leon continued to practice. Orthodox magic appeared in his hands one after another. It was as if he was already a great wizard who had been immersed in magic for many years, and was just recalling his spells when he was bored. And after using up the orthodox magic, he still has the dark magic. Leon crossed his hands and formed a seal, deliberately opening up a mirror space. It took him several seconds to perform this rather complicated magic. The prism-like spatial fluctuations quickly covered Kamar-Taj like a veil. Leon walked out of the house and punched out. The entire Kamar-Taj in space collapsed in an instant, but it had no impact on reality. This is a field-like magic. After use, a space will unfold that is almost the same as reality but will not affect reality. Leon's attack did not stop. He continued to punch the air with heavier fists until cracks appeared in the space. It seems that the small mirror space can be easily broken. If the mirror space is as vast as a continent, it might be difficult to destroy it. Leon made a judgment. He stopped punching and started practicing dark magic instead. Mind pollution, body manipulation, Dormammu's dark energy. Leon has also learned a lot of black magic. Master Guyi can indeed be called an open-minded and good teacher. She didn't teach directly though, but the books given have already provided Leon with a complete framework for learning spells. Most importantly, this framework encompasses both white and black magic. He just needs to keep stacking new things onto the framework to grow quickly. The quickest way is to read through all the books in Kamar-Taj. The next morning, Leon was stopped by Mordo on his way to the library. Mr. Leon, I heard from Ancient One that you have already entered the door. What an astonishing talent. Mordo clapped his hands in exclamation. I'm training other mages who have just started. Do you want to join me? This may help you master the skills after starting a new job faster. Mordo felt that his teaching skills were very good and might be able to help Leon. Thank you, but there's no need for training. Leon nodded and refused. Without further explanation, he formed seals with his hands and threw out a seraphim shield. What is this? Mordo was startled by the sudden appearance of a large energy shield. Seraphim. But how is that possible? Mordo felt like he was looking at a monster. It's only been 1 day. How could you possibly learn this? Leon shrugged. This is a special treatment personally given by the Supreme Sorcerer. You know, it has to have some effect, right? Is this the effect of giving special treatment? Mordo's eyes widened. It's not like I haven't been given special treatment before, but it wasn't like this. Leon patted Mordo's shoulder earnestly and said, maybe the posture is not right. I won't be participating in the training. Master Ancient One has also arranged a lot of books for me to read. We can discuss magic together when we have the chance in the future. Okay, Mordo stared blankly at Leon leaving. Could it be that Superman is even faster than others in learning magic? He suddenly thought of something and reminded loudly, Mr. Leon, the librarian is a newcomer and may be a bit rigid. Please understand. Leon made an okay gesture to the back. A few minutes later, he saw the newcomer that Mordo had mentioned. Hello, I'm Wang. The Supreme Sorcerer has specifically instructed that you can read any of the books here. The newcomer stood up and half bowed. This is a fat man who looks to be in his prime. He had short eyebrows, broad cheeks, and his small eyes were wide open and looked quite serious. He started giving warnings right after the greetings. But I suggest you don't read those locked forbidden books first. They are also available to all mages, but few read them. Besides being too profound to understand, the forbidden book also contains forbidden powers that can easily lead people astray. The previous librarian was hanged here by Cassilis, that traitor who went astray after reading the forbidden book. Leon understood. I understand. Don't worry, I promise that I won't hang you when I go astray. Wang nodded seriously. That's good. If you can't find any books later, you can ask me. Wait, did I hear it wrong just now? Chapter 116. I choose to travel to a new world to study the principles of magic. Maybe not. Leon smiled and walked straight to the depths of the bookshelf. Although Wang was a librarian, he later became the Supreme Sorcerer and had great strength and qualifications. In movies and TV, after the Flash event, Lao Wang, who became the Supreme Mage, also made a resume for himself. It is said that when he was young, he was the supermarket manager of Kamar-Taj. I first worked in a supermarket for 9 years. He then worked at Kamar-Taj Library for 11 years, replacing the previous librarian who had just died. If you calculate the time, it really started around the past 2 years. And now Xiao Wang, who is still young, obviously does not have rich experience. Facing Leon's indifferent attitude, he couldn't utter any more warnings for a moment. The king, with his mouth half open, could only watch helplessly as Leon began to flip through the banned book. I hope he keeps his promise and really won't hang me, Wang murmured, obviously not optimistic about Leon. Soon, half a month passed. Wang was worried from the beginning and would glance at Leon from time to time. Later on, I got used to it and regarded the scene of Leon quickly flipping through books as a daily routine in the library. Even because Leon turned the pages of the book too quickly. Sometimes he would feel that the other party might not have seen anything. Madhu has been having a very difficult time these past few days. Leon would demonstrate 1 or 2 new magic tricks to him every day. More than 10 days passed and he was completely devastated. He even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with the way he learned magic. Until Guyi found time to enlighten him. He then realized that the problem was not with him, but with Leon. The Inner Hall of Kamar-Taj. Have you finished reading the book? Guyi was a little surprised. The collection of books in Kamar-Taj cannot be said to be all-encompassing, but it is after all the accumulation of a long period of time and can be said to be extremely extensive. Unexpectedly, not long after that, Leon came to her to ask about the next direction of her practice. That's about it. There are only some less useful books left to read. Leon drank tea. During this period he read day and night and gained a lot, in addition to the explosion of magical knowledge. Even the black magic that he had been thinking about from the beginning, assimilation and absorption. I also found a few words from the vast number of banned books and learned a general idea. Now if a demon or a weak devil appeared in front of him, Leon can even drain the opponent's nutrients and absorb them into his body on the spot. So when he came to see Guyi now, he actually had the intention of saying goodbye. He really didn't expect that his trip to Kamar-Taj would end within a month. However, after thinking about it, Guyi really gave some guidance. You already have enough knowledge of magic, so you can start studying the principles of magic. The principles of magic? Leon had never heard that Marvel magic required research on its principles. Guyi spoke slowly. We borrow power from other dimensions to perform spells or mystical techniques. It seems like I have mastered it, but in fact, I am still only at the stage of knowing how to use it. As for its true nature, they know nothing, because everything comes from borrowing. She tapped her folding fan again and again. What is borrowed is not just the energy, but also the nature of the energy and the way it is released. What the mages really learn is how to use the borrowed energy in a predetermined way. If the corresponding energy is gone, even if the seals and formations remain unchanged, the mages will no longer be able to cast the corresponding magic. And to study the principle, we need to study the essence of the spell and be able to use it with any energy. So that's how it is. Leon suddenly realized. The magic of Kamar-Taj is strange. In addition to the need to borrow energy, when using certain magic, you also need to borrow power from the corresponding demon. For example, when using Sidorak's Crimson Belt, one must borrow power from Sidorak, because the imprint and characteristics of this spell all come from this demon god. If you don't use his power, even if the wizards had the power borrowed from S.H.I.E.L.D, they would not be able to use the Crimson Belt. Of course, ordinary wizards do not need to study the principles of these magics. After all, it doesn't matter who you borrow from, as long as it can be used. But what Leon pursues is to become stronger and surpass these dimensional demons. Therefore, it is very important to study the essence of magic and be able to cast magic yourself. Where should I start? Try to understand S.H.I.E.L.D's magic first. They never care about future generations' research on them. I understand, Master Ancient One, thank you very much. After thanking Guyi again for his guidance, Leon happily took his leave and retreated back to his own hut. This time he traveled directly to the world of Resident Evil. Use time difference to study the principles of magic. When some research results are achieved and need to be put into practice, they return to the Marvel Universe. 3 days passed. Leon is experimenting with the Wind of Autumn in the house. But Lao Wang came to the door. Why haven't you been to the library recently? Don't get obsessed with the knowledge in the banned books, it will lead you into darkness. It turned out that Lao Wang couldn't see Leon and thought that he was addicted to banned books, so he was worried. Leon laughed dumbly. I'm not going to the library because I've finished reading all the books. I'm currently studying the principles of magic. The principles of magic? Do you mean how to cast a spell? Wang didn't understand. No, look. Leon shook his hands and released a scarlet sacred sword of Vishanti. Wang didn't realize something was wrong for a moment. Sacred sword, so what's wrong? Look at its energy composition, Leon reminded. Wang frowned, looked at it, and reacted a few beats late. Holy crap. Crimson dimensional energy. You used Sidorak's power to unleash Vishanti's magic. The queen took a few steps back and asked, "How did you do it? Aren't you afraid of being punished for blaspheming Vishanti? Take it easy. Wine and meat go through the intestines. It's in the Buddha's heart. Vishanti and the others won't blame a little wizard like me." Lion shrugged. "You're crazy. You must be crazy. Stop now. Something bad will definitely happen if you continue researching like this." Wang was very anxious. "In fact, this is allowed by Master Ancient One." "Are you sure?" Wang was stunned, of course. Now the king was speechless. He thought back to the Scarlet Holy Sword and actually felt that it was even cooler than the original one. "I couldn't help but ask. This then, can you teach me how to do what I just did?" Lion couldn't help laughing. "Good guy, if you can't stop it, just join it. Want to learn?" Leon patted Lao Wang on the back and pushed him out. "Wait until you finish reading Kamar-Taj's collection of books. The practice of magic is bound to make some noise." And Lion did not open the mirror space at any time. Gradually, some wizards noticed that Leon was studying the principles of magic. It was a completely different kind of magic, a completely different style. It made the mages very curious. So the rumor that there was a new super genius in Kamar-Taj gradually spread among the wizards. Lion himself still lives a secluded life. Another 5 days passed, along with the time spent in the Resident Evil world. Leon has been studying the principles of magic for nearly a year. This day he finally stopped for a while. But this does not mean that he has fully understood the principles of all magic. But his latest progress is getting slower and slower. It's okay to study basic spells at the beginning, and it's easy to understand their essence. But later on, abilities such as Lord of Hogs and Mirror Dimension have already involved the realm of laws or cosmic rules. Regarding these advanced magics, Leon only wanted to say that he was still studying the market. Let's not talk about anything else, just the mirror space. He would like to truly understand the principles behind this magic. Then he is not far from destroying stars by prying the rules of space with his bare hands. Moreover, because research can only be conducted using energy borrowed from other dimensions, Lion's research process was extremely difficult. Like he was trying to clean a wall covered in graffiti. But there was no clean water at hand, only red, yellow, and blue dyes. Under such conditions, Lion roughly estimated that it would take at least 5 years for him to understand the principle of lens imaging space. However, magic as complex as mirror space is rare after all. A year's time. He has already understood most of the principles of magic. The next step is to simply incorporate another source of energy into your body. For example, devouring a weaker dimensional demon. He will be able to use various magic without paying any price. But it's up to now. On the contrary, Leon didn't really want to integrate other creatures into his body. Any method that would affect one's own soul is ultimately a bad idea. Even a strong man like Guyi has never used this method to become stronger. So Lion was so quiet that he wanted to take action. Decided to try a new universe. See if you can find a suitable source of energy. It's time to cross over into a new world. After Leon sent a message to Tony and others, he glanced towards the location of Master Ancient One. The two nodded to each other across several walls. The next moment, Leon once again entered the search screen for the ability to travel through time. Keywords: internal energy, enhancing the genetic potential of Kryptonians, no upper limit on extraordinary power, no danger in the early stages. Successfully anchored the world. Energy required for crossing, 99.999% of physical strength crossing confirmed. Leon's physical strength instantly ran out and he disappeared in the Marvel Universe. Oh my god, hurry up. I'm not going to get through this after wasting so much energy. In the cold house under the moonlight, only Leon's regretful curses lingered. Chapter 130. I feel like I'm going to die. If you haven't read Devour, you can jump directly to chapter 130, which is a wave of strength improvement. When Leon was traveling through the void, he felt weak all over. His limbs ached, as if his body had been hollowed out. He hasn't experienced this feeling since awakening his Kryptonian bloodline. For a moment, I just felt unwell. When he passed through a membrane, arrived in the new world and regained his ability to move. His face was pale and his eyes were sunken. Sun, come on, I want the sun. Leon opened his eyes weakly, and suddenly became energetic the next second. Huh? This feeling? Hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead, he saw a huge yellow sun shining brightly at him. The warm sunshine flows on my body. After his heart beat several times, Leon was revived with full blood. He turned around suddenly, instantly recovered to his best condition, and became energetic again. Comfortable. Leon stretched his arms and legs, still strong and powerful, and looked at the sun again. I actually traveled directly to the sun. What a coincidence. Could it be that the world consciousness here threw me here? He looked back in space and saw the familiar structure of the solar system. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away was the little broken ball that he was more familiar with. It's just that the Earth is a little far away. Even if there is no resistance in space and I can keep accelerating, it will still take a while to fly. I don't know what kind of world this is. With such a huge consumption, could it be the DC universe? Then isn't the world consciousness God? Leon looked around. There is no way to transmit sound in space, otherwise he would have to shout loudly, God is coming out to receive guests. However, the next moment, a huge consciousness descended and connected with Leon's brain waves. This is the original universe. I am not the world consciousness, I am the original will. Oh no, this time he is someone who can refute, not the little idiot in the Resident Evil world. Original universe. Original will. It sounds familiar. Leon touched his chin. You are too weak to help me, please leave. The Origin will seemed disappointed. Leon was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a repulsive force coming, as if it was going to squeeze him out of the universe. The other party actually wants to chase you away just because of a disagreement? He quickly asked back with his brainwaves, What do you mean? What danger do you need me to solve? Tell me first. I don't know either. You need me because you don't know. I'll help you find out what the danger is. Stellar level, too weak. It was the first time that Leon was disliked for being too weak. I'm still weak. Wait, stellar level, could this be the starry sky world where genetic energy is cultivated? Leon swallowed. In the starry world. The original universe is a super large universe with a diameter of up to 100 trillion light years. You have to know that one of Marvel's universes is only about 100 billion light years. And outside the original universe there is a vaster cosmic ocean. Above that, there are the Origin continent and the Hunyan world. The highest combat power level is even comparable to Marvel's one above all things OAA. With such a vast universe, it's no wonder that traveling through it requires so much energy. I am weak now, but I can be very strong in the future. You have to believe in me, the original will. Leon said hurriedly, You have to believe in me. He wanted so badly to stay. Come back when you become a true god. The original will said again. The corner of Leon's mouth twitched. My goodness, the gap between him and the true god is more than 1 trillion times. How long will it take? But his eyes still sparkled. Big opportunity, this is a big opportunity. In a super world like the starry sky, what does it mean to be able to communicate directly with the original will? It means endless opportunities. It means that he is now the son of luck here. Wait. Leon tried to persuade her. Don't rush to chase me away. Think about it. If I grow up here, can I become a true god faster and help you faster? Leon felt that the original will was quite nice to him and there should be something to talk about. It was incredible that the other party, as the origin of a super world, was willing to chat with a star-level little guy like him. Leon doesn't even have to think about it. I knew that the ability to travel through the worlds must have played some role in this. I can only say that the abilities given by the original world are really amazing. Leon grasped this key point. You are willing to let me travel through time, which means I have the potential to become stronger, right? Give me a chance. The original will did not respond immediately, as if it was weighing the pros and cons. You have 300 years. After a long time, he relented. Okay, that's enough. 300 years is enough to learn a lot. You are incompatible with the rules. Do you accept the transformation? The original will send another thought. What transformation? Original transformation allows you to adapt to the supreme rules. Okay, come on. Leon could probably guess the reason. After all, he was not born and raised here. If he had not been transformed, he probably wouldn't have been able to cultivate the power system of the starry sky world. Although I don't know what the effect of the transformation will be. But this power system that directly leads to more than multiple levels is right in front of us. How can we miss it? You know, in Marvel, most ways to become stronger are leaps and bounds. Moreover, it is almost difficult to make further progress after your strength has been improved. Just like Spider-Man and the Sentry, their strength increased dramatically by chance and then they remained in the same place. It can be said that in the Marvel world, if you want to become stronger, everything depends on chance. It's difficult to find a step-by-step way to become stronger. Now that I have encountered a system that allows me to practice and become stronger in a down-to-earth manner, I certainly cannot let it go. Leon had to admit it. It is this kind of system where efforts are rewarded that makes him feel more secure. His thought of agreement had just been conveyed. A vast cosmic energy descended out of nowhere. Leon was surrounded by energy and couldn't see the full picture of it. But from the perspective of the Earth, the sun seems to be obscured by a corner of huge black clouds and cosmic lightning. The transformation of the original will begin quickly and ended quickly. Not painful at all. Leon felt like he was immersed in a hot spring. A warm current flowed through every cell in his body. His blood seemed to turn golden, and every bone in his body was transforming. Even deep within the genes, some kind of evolutionary leap is constantly taking place. Not only his body, Leon even felt that his soul had become clearer, and his mood became inexplicably peaceful. When he opened his eyes again, a clear message came to his mind. Race, special life gene multiple, 108 abilities, clone, body of light, sunbath evolution, time biological force field too powerful. Leon was so excited that he felt like he was back to the first time his bloodline awakened. He threw a punch and could feel his strength increased at least 100 times. It turns out that the original will talked about transformation. It is to transform him into a special life in this world. Not only perfected his genes, but also localized his various superpowers. It also gave him the innate ability of a clone, and a genetic multiplier of 100 times. Leon suppressed his excitement and analyzed his transformed abilities one by one. The so-called special life. It is the life in the starry sky world that was born naturally from the origin universe and cannot reproduce. These lives are born powerful, with at least 100 times the genetic level. They can easily achieve eternal immortality and are much stronger than ordinary Kryptonians. Of course, the so-called inability to reproduce only exists within the scope of the original universe. This is to curb the unlimited increase of special lives with powerful talents. Once Leon leaves this universe, there will naturally be no restrictions. Let's talk about gene multiples. In the starry sky world, the basic genetic strength of life is 1. The so-called gene multiplier means doubling this basic strength. Each time it doubles, the physical strength, energy intensity, and affinity to the laws of life will also double. It can be considered a talent-type attribute. Lion's genetic level has increased by 100 times at this time, which is a full times based on when he just crossed over. The strength of his single arm at this time has increased from 2 million tons to 200 million tons. This is the opportunity of the super universe. Even if only some corners leak out of the hands of the original will, it can also bring about earth-shaking changes in Lion. Chapter 118, Transformation from the Origin of Consciousness. The clone is also an extremely powerful ability. In the starry world, the clone is a gift bestowed by the original universe. There are 3 places in total. One can give birth to an avatar in each of the 3 periods: planetary, cosmic, and world master. A life with this gift. All you need to do is obtain a little bit of body tissue containing genetic material from another creature to create a corresponding clone. The protagonist Luo Feng of the original novel could reach the pinnacle with the help of this talent. In addition to these new capabilities, Leon discovered that his Kryptonian bloodline was also completely different from before. The transformation of the source will retains all the abilities of the Kryptonian bloodline. It just adds localized features to it. The man of steel becomes the man of light. Let Leon become the darling of light. He was suspended in the universe and seemed to be able to see specks of light, which were the trajectory of the law of light. The bioforce field then becomes a time bioforce field. There is an additional attribute of time. It allows him to control and understand the laws of time more easily within the range of the force field. There are also abilities such as heat rays and freezing breath, which have changed to conform to the rules of the starry world. These abilities become talents, in addition to enhancing strength. The biggest effect is that it indirectly affects his affinity for the law. He could clearly sense the traces of the operation of the 4 laws of time, light, fire, and water from the void. But what surprised Lion the most? Or is it the evolution of the day? The original will did not change this ability at all, but directly strengthened it. Leon could feel that the genetic shackles that had been restraining him were suddenly broken. When the sun shone, the energy of the entire universe and the starry sky seemed to be rotating around him and flowing towards him. Almost every moment, his strength is surging. Lion subconsciously opened his arms and faced the sun. Countless radiations and energies came towards him and all turned into nutrients for him. His strength first grew wildly, and then at a certain moment it suddenly surged to his chest. There, a transparent diamond-shaped crystal surrounded by golden light appeared at some point. Prokaryotic. Leon immediately recognized the diamond-shaped crystals. This is the pronucleus unique to higher-level life in the starry world. It is the core of the soul and the core of the inner world. It was born in the process of transformation of the original will, and a small internal world is naturally opened up inside. As soon as the prokaryote was born, it absorbed Leon's soul into it. From now on, unless the pronucleus is destroyed, the soul dies. Otherwise, even if his body was blown into pieces, he could use energy to repair his body, as energy from the whole body continues to flow into the nucleus. Leon also found that he had an extra power. With just a thought, he could control this power to leave his body and extend it dozens of kilometers away. And the scope of this power is constantly expanding. Wherever he went, a clear picture appeared in Leon's mind. Telekinesis. Leon realized, I have awakened telekinesis, so I have the talent of a psychic. Not only that, as more and more energy enters the body, Leon's body seemed to have innate knowledge and automatically cultivated his native genetic energy according to the rules of the universe. All his tremendous power was transformed into the system of the starry world, the cultivation system of the starry sky world. In fact, It is through the evolution of genes that planets and galaxies are formed in the body, and finally the world is evolved. Each power level is named after planets, stars, universes, etc. In terms of destructive power, an ordinary universe-level master can destroy a large mountain range with one blow. The next domain master can make the ocean roll back and flood the earth with one blow. The next realm master can even cause mass extinction with one ordinary punch. Above the realm master, exploding the star with one punch is just the beginning. Leon's consciousness sank into the nucleus. There is a vast void space here, like a huge stanchion. Above and below this space, each has a planet. The planet is shrouded in a faint light. Is this both the physical and mental strength have reached the level of the star cultivator? Leon guessed. But it is obvious that his power is more than just the level of Xingju. The soul planet representing spiritual power in the sky and the force planet representing physical strength below are both increasing rapidly. 239. 9 planets is the limit of the orbital circle. A total of 18 planets above and below are rotating according to some kind of cosmic trajectory. At a certain moment, they suddenly released brilliant light. Leon seemed to be able to see light and time interweaving and cheering. Boom! The planet exploded. There was no flame and no debris. There is only endless energy, like mountains and seas, rising and falling. These energies continue to condense and compress, and eventually condense into a hot star. This tiny planet is rotating slowly. The huge magnetic field and radiation disperse naturally, just like flowing magma gathers into stars. This is a miniature star. There is one above and one below the void, representing the spirit and the body. They are not just a collection of energy, but they really possess certain characteristics of stars. For example, gravity, radiation, and temperature. Leon could feel the light radiating from this star, resonating with his Kryptonian blood. He just calls good guy. The star world system and Superman are a perfect match. Cultivate a star in your body and become stronger anytime and anywhere by basking in the sun. Leon had never dared to think of such an illogical thing before. He immediately used the biological force field to isolate himself from the outside sunlight and explore the influence of the stars in the pronucleus on himself. As a result, he found out irradiation from stars inside the body. It can accelerate his absorption of cosmic energy, but it cannot directly strengthen his body. It can also speed up his recovery after injury, but it cannot directly restore his lost energy. It's very abnormal and illogical that Kryptonians become stronger by basking in the sun. But there are requirements for the type of sun. The role that the sun, which is neither yellow nor red, can play is really limited. Leon felt a little regretful. It seemed that he could no longer spiral himself into heaven. But he was not disappointed. Instead, he was extremely satisfied. The cultivation system of the starry sky world is to become stronger by promoting genetic evolution. He has discovered it. As he cultivated his genetic energy, it became stronger. His genes will also become more excellent. The rate at which cells absorb energy also increases. The Kryptonian's blood is optimized with every breath. He has embarked on the path to becoming a true Kryptonian Superman. With 100 times more genes, his upper limit is no less than that of the real Superman in the DC universe. Silver Superman certainly can't compare to him, but Henry Superman is definitely not much different. And the genetic power allowed his Kryptonian bloodline to begin to follow its own evolutionary path. A few minutes passed. All of Leon's strength has been transformed into the devouring system. But the speed at which the star in his body grew stronger did not slow down at all. Half an hour later, the second mental star and the force star condensed at the same time. He has cultivated to the second stage of the star period. Telekinesis and strength reached 400 million tons at the same time. Moreover, as his genetic energy became stronger, his genes were optimized and his cultivation speed also increased. expected to be within the sidereal period. As long as he keeps floating in this position basking in the sun, the evolution speed of one level every half an hour will continue. Too perverted. Lion couldn't help but sigh. He continued to explore the nucleus and discovered that deep in the void-like dantian, there was some strange fluctuation that connected to a world. After the consciousness followed the waves and entered an entrance, the world inside the body comes into view. The world inside the body was originally created and formed by the life core in the body when the life broke through the realm master stage. But organisms with prokaryotes can have an internal world in advance. So it can be said that they are destined to become the masters of the world. But Lion is different. He is a special life now. According to the rules of the starry world, special life forms will automatically become immortal creatures after reaching adulthood. So even if he does nothing in the future, just follow the steps and get more sun. Sooner or later, he will be able to break through to immortality and reach the strength level of the top gods in the Marvel world. But obviously he won't be satisfied with this. Lion's top-down view of the world inside his body. This is a small world with a length, width, and height of 10 kilometers. There is land and there is sky. From the sky to the ground, there is flowing fluorescence and interweaving light. That represents Leon's strongest law talent, now the law of light. It also means that this world belongs to Leon, and he can call upon all the energy here. That's great. When it grows bigger, I'll move a yellow sun here so I can bask in the sun anytime and anywhere. Leon exited the pronucleus contentedly. Now that's good, there's no need to study magic or devour dimensional demons. When he returns, he himself will be the dimensional demon god. You can stay for another 30 years. Lion was feeling happy when the original will suddenly appeared and poured cold water on him. Why? Does this transformation cost money? Leon understood how much the original will wanted to drive him away, and he would be deducted time for passively taking advantage of it. But he didn't actually plan to stay long. The starry universe is extremely vast, and the speed of time flow is probably not much different from Marvel. He consumed so much energy when he crossed over. It would probably be difficult to go back to the time when we just left. If he really stays for hundreds of years, I'm afraid Tony's ashes will be eaten by microorganisms when he returns. You stay here to become stronger. I will give you the resources to become stronger, but they must be converted into time. Feedback from the original will. Okay, I'm already in the stellar stage now, so I just need to breed a clone. Leon thought about it and started to take advantage of the situation without hesitation. Give me another 9 Nether Sea clone material, at least one from the star stage. Yes, you can stay for another 3 years. It's been 3 years. Okay, 3 years is 3 years. Where are the materials? You will receive it tomorrow. Is this a courier delivery to my door? Then, please give me the materials for the second clone as well. I want the world trees. You don't have enough time. Why does it feel like I'm exchanging items with the main god space, but I'm told that I don't have enough points? Leon complained silently. Then let's change to another one, the Tree of Life. Not enough. Why don't you just choose a suitable one for me within the time limit? It should be a type with a large body and strong combat power. Okay, you still have 3 months. Well, there are only 3 months left. That's not enough time even for traveling. But thank you anyway. This is a timely help. I will protect you when I become stronger. The transformation of the original will is very useful for Lion now. It can even be said that it determined his future development path. So this is a sincere thank you. He definitely didn't think of something like today the origin will give me 1 cake. At worst I can give it 100 cakes in the future. Leon closed his eyes and continued to bask in the sun. He plans to go to Earth after getting the 2 documents tomorrow. When the time comes, I will sort out the current time point first, and by the way, find some inheritance that will be useful for subsequent cultivation. Chapter 119 Pregnancy. Deep in the Origin Universe. In a secret realm with a diameter of 1.6 million light-years, there is a vast ocean. The diameter of the ocean is 12 light-years. The color of the sea surface keeps changing, and a dreamy mist is rising all the time, as if the world is being born and dying. At this time, a middle-aged man in a long robe, looking both evil and demonic, was floating above. He is a god in the cosmic religion who serves the original will. 9 Netherworld. He is one of the most powerful beings in the Origin universe. The boundless ocean below, which is larger than the star system, is his body. At some point, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, with billions of laws flowing within them. You need stellar-level blood seawater, but the lowest level of my descendants is already a realm master, and the seawater we collected in the past was at least cosmic level. The 9 Nether Sea, or the Sea of Blood, is actually a special creature that can only be born naturally from the universe. The so-called offspring are actually the same kind of life as S.H.I.E.L.D. Is the cosmic level okay? Okay, your honorable original will, I understand. S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to be muttering to himself in the void, and seemed to be having a conversation with some invisible supreme being. He suddenly stretched out his hand and took out a drop of water several hundred meters in size. What should I do? Enter the dark universe, I understand. The vast laws of space surged around S.H.I.E.L.D. He tore open a passage to the dark universe and sent the water droplets into it. After everything is done, he paused for a moment, waiting until the original will no longer issue new orders, and then closed his eyes again. If Leon knew that the origin will actually went directly to the original owner in order to get him a drop of suitable 9 Nether Sea water, he would definitely be very moved at the same time. A giant black egg drifting aimlessly in the universe. Suddenly, he was pushed away by a quiet energy wave in the void. Fly towards the nearest dark universe channel. After 1 day, the pitch-black dark cosmic channel tore through the space of the solar system without warning. 2 huge monsters wrapped in cosmic energy flew out. The passage disappeared again. It's like it never happened. Throughout the solar system, only Leon sensed the vibration of space tearing. He woke up from meditation, the laws of light and time flowing in his eyes. 1 day passed. He grew to the 2nd level of the universe. The stars inside the body become nebulae. He also stepped into the threshold of the law of light and comprehended the 7 realms of light. This is all brought about by the supreme talent of laws belonging to special creatures in the process of natural growth of strength. The so-called field. It is in the process of understanding the law. The genetic energy and spiritual and physical strength are combined to communicate with the external universe, forming an aura that can assist in combat. It is similar to the unity of man and nature mentioned in classics. When the realm reaches the 9th level, life can get close to the laws and understand the basics of the laws. But now Leon has top talent in the law of light. It allows him to directly touch the laws without the assistance of the domain. Even just the process of promoting genetic energy caused some fluctuations in the laws. This allowed him to comprehend smoothly and step into the threshold of the law. And in terms of strength, he also reached 400 billion tons. The strength of a single arm is equivalent to the weight of Mount Tai, which is extremely terrifying. But for a Superman, this can only be considered as childhood. As an adult, Superman should be able to push away the apocalypse, which weighs tens of trillions of tons, just like in Smallville. In the starry world, that kind of power would already make him a strong man among immortals. That is a cosmic country with tens of thousands of galaxies, and it may take tens of thousands of years for a powerful person to be born. Leon felt his own progress and showed a satisfied look. After a day of sun, the progress is so dramatic. It turns out that he became stronger through his own hard work. Leon turned around and looked, following the fluctuations in space. The supervision transformed by the original will spans billions of kilometers. 2 balls of cosmic energy were seen flying quickly near Saturn. Here it comes. Lion looked happy. He subconsciously raised his right hand and drew circles in the air, trying to open the secret door. Now he can use the genetic energy in his body or the power of the world within his body to release magic. But a few bright arcs of light appeared in the void and then quickly disappeared. The door to the secret technique seemed to be able to be used, but some conditions were missing. There should be some differences in the spatial rules of the 2 worlds. Leon murmured, "It seems that I can only use the most primitive method to pick up the express delivery." He immediately tilted his body and flew towards Saturn. The time biological force field unfolds. Time acceleration is on. The law of light is running and starting to accelerate. Leon's speed reached sublight speed in an instant, and his figure disappeared in the dark universe like a running ghost. 2.5 hours later, he intercepted 2 balls of light near Saturn and used genetic energy to disperse the cosmic energy above. After the energy disperses, a mass of scarlet sea water 100 meters in size was revealed, and a 12-meter-high black dome. "This is my clone." Lion smiled. He first communicated with the original will, confirmed that the 2 giant objects were his express deliveries, and confirmed receipt. Then he directly took the crimson sea water into his inner world. Consciousness also sank into the world. The world inside his body will continue to expand as his strength increases. It now has a length, width, and height of 600 kilometers. Although it is not as huge as Liu Feng's inner world of 1,000 kilometers when he was at the cosmic level, it is not bad either. The deep red water is suspended in the center of the world. Lion mobilized the power of the world to wrap it up. Countless information was transmitted into his consciousness. This is actually a drop of cosmic seawater, which just matches my realm. The original will is so considerate. Lion's mind moved, and he couldn't wait to activate his ability. The gestation of the clone begins. The secret talent called clone is activated. The sky and continents of the inner world began to shake at the same time. It was as if the vast and endless world energy gathered like clouds and poured into the sea of blood like a storm. In almost an instant, the seawater evaporated completely. Only the most important substance that carries genetic genes remains in the air. Those substances were quickly enveloped by the power of the world, condensed into a golden egg-shaped energy ball. Inside, the genetic material of the blood sea gradually turned into a strange embryo under the influence of the power of the world. After that, you just need to wait for the embryo to fully develop and hatch. The clone was conceived successfully. Leon's consciousness received feedback. The clone has begun to grow. The time is 6,000 years. Isn't this right? Liu Feng only used it for 600 years, and his avatar was at the level of a world master. How could mine wait? It's because my inner world is too small. In the original novel, Liu Feng's clone was a giant tens of thousands of kilometers tall when he was born, and the diameter of the world inside his body was as much as 100 million kilometers. And to him, although the cosmic level blood sea clone is only a few hundred kilometers high, but the height of his inner world is only 600 kilometers. It's like putting an elephant embryo into a lioness's belly to give birth. It would be great if the baby could be born successfully. What's the shortest time you can ask for? It seems I need to improve my strength quickly. As long as the clone can start to gestate, there will be no failure in the future. But 6,000 years is almost 200 times the length of my 2 lifetimes. I can't wait that long. Chapter 120 Another Earth in War. Leon exits the inner world. He looked at the black giant egg next to him. It looks like an egg from the Star Torch Beast clan. This race is a bit weak. Leon just wants a special life. But you get what you pay for. No, you get what you spend. After staying here for more than 2 years, it doesn't seem to be a bad deal to exchange it for a torch beast clone. Leon knocked on the eggshell with his right hand, and his mental power silently penetrated into it. Through mental imaging, he saw a developing fetus inside the eggshell. This cub has golden horns, golden eyes, and sharp scales all over its body, like pages of sharp knives, and a pair of ferocious iron wings on its back. Horned torch beast. Leon was stunned. Why is it this thing? The creature in the shell was actually the monster that was supposed to be possessed by Luo Feng, the torch beast with horns. But Leon already has the most useful talent of the torch beast, clone. The clone talent is based on the inner world and cannot be superimposed. Then why does he want this thing? No wonder you only took my money for 2.5 years. You just accelerated the speed of the torch beast that was about to come to Earth, right? Leon did not intend to breed the torch beast into a second clone. Useless, too useless. Can I change it? He tried to bargain with the original will. No. The original will refuses. Leon called out several more times, but received no response. He sighed and casually put the giant egg into his inner world. Anyway, it's free, so it's better to have it than nothing. Keep it for now, but it's really useless. It's a waste of quota to use it as a clone. It would be better to go to another world and use Godzilla or Ultraman as a clone. Leon turned and flew towards the Earth. Let's go to the Earth first. If it doesn't work, I'll give it to Luo Feng just as a good relationship. Luo Feng will definitely be a Lord-level super being in the future. The little horned torch beast can be used as a souvenir. More than 2 hours later, Leon flew from Saturn into the Earth's atmosphere. Super hearing is turned on, and the sounds of the entire Earth are taken into the ears. Leon looked strange. There are screams, wails, and gunfire from all over the world again. This doesn't sound like the Luo Feng period. Also, why is it that wherever I travel to, it's always in dire straits? Above the clouds. He stopped and used his supervision to scan the world. Before the renovation, supervision is given spatial attributes by the original will. Now, when I encounter lead, my sight can penetrate it directly under the influence of the force of space. His weakness of not being able to see through the lead layer was gone. Leon's sight reaches every corner of the Earth. First, I was attracted by 4 mysterious places. A tower-shaped spaceship under the Bermuda Sea, a space battleship on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, a Zerg hive under the mist of Shenanjia, and a silver-white damaged spaceship in the misty island of Australia. Then his eyes shifted towards the land. At this time, all 5 continents of the world were shrouded in the shadow of war. People's opponents are not humans themselves, but it is an endless monster. Leon saw no scattered human settlements on the land. There are only 23 large urban settlements there. Monsters that roared out from the mountains, climbed from the shallows, and soared down from the sky. It is attacking these 23 settlements. Leon heard some people mention the date 2018 6-month 16 day. At this point in time, there are still 2038 years until 20 when Luo Feng is born. Leon came decades early. This should be the period of great catastrophe on Earth in the starry world. A few years ago, a virus called RR swept the world, causing massive deaths and initiating global evolution. But in this evolution, the beasts, living under primitive laws, are ahead of humans. Since 2015, rapidly evolving beasts have gathered in large numbers and started attacking human cities. The monsters, which were invulnerable to swords and guns and could evolve in the aftermath of nuclear explosions, were defeating human forces. It was not until the whole world formed an alliance and established 23 gathering places that the front line was barely held. All places outside the gathering place were abandoned. But even so, humans still suffer repeated defeats in the monsters' attacks. What Leon saw at this moment was the scene of hard battles with monsters that people in this world experienced every day. It seems I can save the world again. That's not right. The theme of the Star World is evolution through struggle. Saving them would be against the laws of nature. Leon flew to the ground, then destroy all the monsters above level 7 for the apprentices and leave the rest to them. The biological force field enveloped silently. Leon's speed instantly exceeded Mach 10,000, silently traveling between continents. In the sky above China, 2 scarlet rays of light descended like rain and continuously fired at the ground. Wherever it goes, a terrible monster dies. On the European continent, all monsters with a strength of more than 100 tons were suddenly grabbed by an invisible force and crushed into pieces. America, Africa. Leon flew across the globe and dealt with all the leading monsters within half a minute. The remaining monsters have relatively low intelligence. After losing their leader, their cohesion decreases and their combat effectiveness plummets. The situation on the human front has visibly improved. Soon the beast tide retreated. Leon deliberately left behind several planetary king-level monsters. They found that something was not right and immediately issued an order to temporarily withdraw the front line. The human front got a temporary respite. Leon stopped at the bank of the Yangtze River at this time. There was a man here just now with a strength of over 20 tons. In order to protect the 100,000 people behind him who were evacuating to the Jiangnan base. In a life-and-death battle with a monster that looked like a tiger and a dragon. It seemed like they were about to fight to the death. Leon happened to pass by and saved the man, so he stayed here. He watched the man continue to escort 100,000 people away. Then it fell on the river. From time to time, he would kill a monster that emerged from the river. Half an hour later, dozens of fighter planes flew in from all over the world. At the same time, it hovered over the river bank. Dozens of apprentices above level 7, with strength exceeding tons, jumped off the fighter plane. Among them there are even 2 apprentices at the peak of level 9, with a strength of tons, who are about to break through to the planetary level. Leon had been standing there silently, his face calm. But when those dozens of people saw him, they all huddled together, not daring to say a word or step forward to ask questions. It was really that the pressure that Leon exuded at all times was too terrifying. They just met those dark eyes. It was as if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was like seeing a giant beast roaring and coming to devour you. In the starry sky world, this is the fear caused by the gap in life levels. Even if they have iron wills, they cannot escape, because their bodies and souls were telling them in a trembling way. To them, the person in front of them is a god. Even a glance can easily kill them. Until Leon covered himself with a biological force field and became ordinary, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other. Finally, a cold-faced man with a buzz cut and black clothes and a bald man in tight clothes walked forward. This respected strong man, thank you for your help before. Chapter 121, Spiritual Realm. The 2 of them clasped their fists together and performed an ancient ritual. I just did it when I was passing by. Leon glanced. What are your names? I am Hong. My name is Radium. Both of them had felt the oppressive feeling that was like a prison from Leon just now. But at this time, everyone was neither humble nor arrogant. They are Hong and Lei God, who will become the strongest people on Earth in the future and are also one of the few true gods and masters of laws in the entire universe. As ordinary Earthlings, their physical talents are actually at the bottom in the entire universe. But their spiritual realm is so high that even true gods would feel inferior to them. While Leon highly recognized them, he also had the idea of learning from them. Big brother, may I ask if you are Chinese? Lei Shen asked in Chinese. His eyes were full of curiosity, like a brown bear scratching his head to watch the birds flying across the sky. Chinese? Of course I am, but not from this Roman 20 China. I am from another Roman 20. After Leon finished speaking, he was stunned. Why is he shielded when he speaks? It took him less than a second to react. The original will never allow people to reveal information outside of the world within the scope of the universe. This is already considered preferential treatment for him. If the true gods were to say something forbidden, they would be immediately warned with thunder by the original will. On the other side, 2 consecutive blocked gibberish made Hong and Lei Shen completely confused. Leon thought about it and chose to lie. I was originally a wild man from the mountains. I have never left the mountains since I was a child. After the virus broke out, I awakened a good talent and encountered an ancient inheritance, so I secluded myself for a few years. Now that I've come out of seclusion, I seem to be quite strong, so I took care of some monsters. Lei Shen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Big brother is awesome. Big brother, what's your name? Leon. It turns out to be Brother Lai Ang pronounced the same. Lei Shen clapped his hands. Brother Ang, you saved all of humanity by coming out of seclusion. Hong's stern face also showed a smile. Mr. Lai Ang, thank you for everything you have done. Why don't you go now? What are you talking about? Lei Shen kicked Hong. Why call me Mr. Leon? Brother and saved us, so we should call him brother. Hong was stunned when he saw the look that Lei Shen kept giving him. After a moment's hesitation, he changed his words. Brother Ang, why don't you come with us to have some tea first? The state of mind of these 2 people is one of innocence and the other of tolerance for everything. Judging from their appearance, they are at least 10 or 20 years older than Leon. But when he shouted Ang Ji one after another, there was no sense of sluggishness. When they are together, it's like Big Bear and Little Bear from the animation running into reality. Leon couldn't help laughing. Okay, you lead the way. I just want to borrow something from you. What is it? If you ask me, I'll take it even if it's the head of the giant octopus in the sea. The octopus that Lei Shen mentioned is a king-level monster in the sea. He definitely cannot beat the opponent now, but that does not affect his ability to praise Lion. I would like to borrow the various secret manuals and ancient books that you have collected before. Can I? Leon looked at the god of Lei. The earth has not yet recovered from the catastrophe. Each force still maintains an attitude of refusing to pass on the secret books in their possession. But Lei Shen was only stunned for a moment, and immediately patted his chest and said, No problem, my collection of books and the secret books I created, you can read them freely, Brother Ang. Hong also nodded, mine too. On the other side, dozens of people looked at each other without saying a word, pretending not to hear. Leon smiled and said, Okay, lead the way. Time passed quickly. If Leon says he wants to borrow it, then he really wants to borrow it. On the first day, he finished reading all the books in Lei Shen and Hong's collection. He learned all the parts about exerting force and also helped the 2 of them to come up with some new ideas. In the starry world, there are 2 special fighting techniques, force and amplitude. Force refers to the way of exerting force. It is through skills that one can make a difference by multiplying one's strength. The maximum limit of force is 100 times. Amplitude refers to the multiple increase in the power exerted by the body. The upper limit of the amplitude is also 100 times. The superposition of the 2 is a force amplitude of 10,000 times. Among them, exerting 100 times the strength is one of the prerequisites for becoming immortal. A force amplitude of 10,000 times is the standard for almost all lords of laws. Lei Shen and Hong are indeed geniuses. In the absence of a legacy to point the way forward, it has been less than 3 years since they embarked on the path to transcendence. They created double and triple force techniques respectively. Lei Shen uses his sword skills, while Hong uses his spear skills. Both of them shared with Leon the secrets they had created with great effort. Then Leon learned their hard work in a minute. 10 minutes later, the 2 men's secret method of exerting force was pushed to 15 times the force. His advantage of a commanding position puts him far ahead in the exploration of techniques. But he did not continue to deduce. Because of S.H.I.E.L.D and the other man's power-generating techniques, they embarked on the wrong path from the very beginning. The force amplitude of the starry sky world is an all-round amplitude of strength, speed, and defense. However, the way Hong and Lei Shen exerted their strength only contributed to the power of the attack. Under the astonished gazes of the two men, Lion turned to study his body movements. Subtle, perfect, and full of artistic conception, his movements improved rapidly, and his control over his own strength became more and more perfect. Then he began to read various ancient books. The Analects, Tao Te Ching, Spring, and Autumn Annals. These ancient books are no different from those in other worlds. But when reading it now, Lion felt as if his soul had been cleansed. He realized that not only his body but also his soul had been transformed by the original will. The biggest characteristic of the Earthlings in the starry world is that their state of mind is extraordinarily high, because the earth beneath their feet has been transformed by a great being who was once a cosmic god. The humans born on this planet have extremely high mental talents. Now Lion's soul has also been transformed in this way. He read classics, and his soul was like a stubborn stone being watered and struck by dewdrops. Every time it is struck, the stone becomes more transparent until it is completely free of impurities and becomes as pure and clear as jade. This reading took 3 full days. When Leon walked out of the room again, Hong exclaimed, "Return to the original state and fully realize your true nature. Brother Ang, you actually reached the first level of the state of mind in just 3 days." Leon smiled and said, "There is no such thing as the first or second level. The state of mind is the best only when it matches your heart. The difference is just how far we have gone on our respective paths." Hong was stunned when he heard this. His expression changed slightly, and suddenly he stood there in a daze. "Brother Hong, have you realized it now?" Lei Shen was stunned. "Brother Ang, how about you give me some pointers so that I can understand it?" "Dead lost. Just being yourself is the best way for you. What else do you need to understand?" Lion kicked with a smile. However, the god of Lei was stunned and actually gained enlightenment right there. "Holy, is this okay?" Now it's Lion's turn. Although what he said was consistent with their state of mind, it was too exaggerated. This was the first time he had witnessed something like enlightenment. A few hours later, Hong and Lei Shen woke up almost at the same time. Each of them exudes an aura of tolerance and all-embracingness. One of them returns to his original nature and becomes more like a rough man. This is the 3rd level of mind, tolerance of everything, and the 2nd level of innocent heart. Thump. As soon as Hong woke up, he knelt on one knee on the spot. "Brother Ang, first I learned the power technique, then I learned the enlightenment of my mind. I will never forget your kindness in teaching me." The god lay at the side, glared, and kicked Hong away. "Still calling me Ang Ji." He knelt down on his knees with a thud, prostrating himself. "Master, thank you so much for teaching me." Hong's eyes widened, and he took 3 seconds to react before he also knelt down. "Master Ang, please accept me as your disciple." Leon's face darkened. "What's the matter?" "I just said a few words. Both of you get up." However, Lei Shen was very serious this time. "Master, I am serious. I want to be your disciple. Not only because of your kindness, but also because I want to become stronger with you." Hong also had a serious look on his face. "Me too. Master wants to keep the monsters for us to train, so I have to become stronger so that I can protect humans." Now it was Lion's turn to hesitate. In the starry world, because the strong will go through extremely long years. Therefore, the relationship between master and disciple is often closer than that between family members. There is no doubt that Hong and Lei Shen are both talented. Even if one only has the 9th level bloodline like the humans on Earth, cultivation is slow and it is difficult to comprehend the laws. They eventually became great beings, if they could find a suitable person to possess. Leon couldn't even imagine how strong these two people would be. Chapter 122 Heritage Fortress. Leon finally agreed to accept Lei Shen and the other two as his disciples, although he could only stay for another 3 months. But there is more than one teacher for practitioners in the Starry Sky world. After he left, Hong and Lei Shen went into the universe and could still look for a stronger teacher. He doesn't need to worry about it all the time. What Leon can impart at the moment is only the experience of advancing one's cultivation and the understanding of the starry world. After the two of them carefully offered tea and paid homage to their master according to the customs of ancient Chinese monks, he started by talking about how to break through to the planetary level and explained the domain, laws, and amplitude of force. So Lei Shen and Hong, who understood the way forward, began to retreat and break through on the spot. It may take 2 or 3 days to finish. Leon only has 3 months, so it is of course impossible to watch two people break through. He asked Hong and Lei Shen's guards to be on guard and flew out of the base city. There are many small ruins on Earth, most of which are the inheritance of Yumo Star. We can sweep them first. Leon looked around and located hundreds of ruins of various sizes. First, go to the ruins in South America and get a combat uniform and some spiritual training methods. He found the target, but did not set off immediately. Instead, he connected with the original Will. Master Will, do you have any cultivation inheritance? Give me a copy. The original Will has become accustomed to Leon's harassment in the past few days. Not enough time, cannot redeem. His words were concise and to the point, becoming more and more like a main god. Leon used the entanglement technique he learned from Lei Shen. Don't say that. The inheritance is just some information. There is no loss. Besides, I want this inheritance not for myself, but for you. For me. The Origin Will asked this question for the first time. Leon felt that there was hope. That's right. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. There are no paths in the world, but when you have more friends, paths will appear. You are passing on your inheritance to me now, seemingly to guide me in the future and help me become stronger. But in fact you are not helping me, you are helping yourself. Help myself. Of course, you've helped me so much. We've been friends for a long time. Why do I need this inheritance? It's also that I can help you better. My friend is in danger. I really wish I could become a true god right now and find out the truth for you. Brother Yishai, from now on I will be your path. The more help you give me, the wider this path will be and the easier it will be to walk on. Leon didn't care whether the original Will could understand it or not, and he used metaphors and rhetorical questions. It was as if he was an old minister who was willing to devote himself to the country until his death. These words silenced the original Will. Brother Will, Boss Will, are you still there? Leon asked several times but got no response. He waited for a while, then shook his head helplessly. It seems that the 4th attempt at persuasion has also failed. In fact, he had been trying to gain a cultivation inheritance from the world's Will since the first day he arrived on Earth. Today is the 4th day and also his 4th time of lobbying. But the effect is still not ideal. Leon thinks that when he returns to Marvel, I have to change my major in college to negotiation. Study carefully how to negotiate. Next time I travel through the world, I must confuse the consciousness of each world. Let's go find the ruins in the Amazon. Leon flew to South America. Half a day later, when Leon, wearing a pitch-black suit and with the basic skills of a spiritualist that he had mastered to perfection, rushed out of the ruins, he stared into the depths of the sky, lost in thought. There was a dazzling sun in the sky that was supposed to be endless blue. The red and white light fell from the starry sky to the ground like a bunch of giant pillars supporting the sky. At this time, hundreds of fighter planes were leaving the atmosphere and heading towards the source of the light. Leon activated his supervision and traced the light back to its source. It turned out to be a towering fortress. The The fortress stands on the moon, thousands of kilometers high, with its base sunk deep into the surface. It was as if someone had hurled it down from space. The white light came from the top of the fortress. Billions of wisps of cosmic energy capable of obliterating space hung down from there and swirled around the fortress. It's as if it is the center of the world. The light from the stars becomes distorted there. You can only go around the outer layer of the impenetrable fortress. The crooked light makes the moon look like a mirage. Leon had not read any record of this fortress in the original book. He realized, is this the inheritance fed by the original will? Unexpectedly, after the original will remained silent, it did not express rejection, but silently came with a big one. Leon's bioforce field covers his entire body. A few dozen seconds later, he crossed the long void between the Earth and the Moon, hovering in front of the fortress. Many Earth fighter planes that had set off before him were left behind, and some had not even completed 1/10 of the distance. After Leon appeared, the red and white light source above the fortress suddenly swept over. The white light enveloped Leon's entire body, as if penetrating every cell in his body. Universe level, gene multiple 100 times, brain width 100%, granted the qualification for core inheritance assessment. An old and solemn voice sounded, and the red and white light suddenly changed from light to a bridge, projecting a pulling force. Leon offered no resistance and was sucked along the bridge to the top of the fortress. He opened his eyes after a burst of bright light. The place we were in at this moment was actually similar to the starry sky. There was deep darkness all around. Only the star-like points of light cast a dim glow. Those countless stars extend from under your feet and above your head to the infinite distance. The interior of the fortress is even larger than its exterior. At least the diameter of this space, which Leon cannot see even with his supervision, must be over 10 billion kilometers. Leon took a tentative step forward. The next moment, the light spot under his feet suddenly extended a line and connected with other light spots. The linked light spots continue to generate more lines. After a few breaths, all the stars were connected together to form a huge picture of dots and lines. It's like the Big Dipper was photographed by a satellite and then strung together into a constellation star map with a pen. Is this a secret pattern? When Leon took a look at the complicated and profound secret pattern, his mind seemed to fall into it, and countless insights surged into his heart. And it's a secret pattern that combines light and time. Leon was shocked. This secret pattern was as precious as the chaos monument of the human race in the starry sky world. And now it was laid out right in front of him for him to comprehend. Generous. The origin will is so generous. Leon was now filled with unbearable excitement. I almost forgot that just now there was a voice saying that he was only qualified to participate in the assessment. You also know the secret pattern? Interesting. Suddenly, the old and solemn voice appeared behind Leon. Leon's fascinated eyes suddenly cleared. He turned around and saw the shadow of a huge platinum-colored one-horned lizard. The phantom was tens of thousands of meters tall, and the illusory gas it exhaled was thousands of feet in size. This shape reminds people of the Star Torch beast at the first time. Or perhaps it is the most special life form in the original universe. A natural beast god. Chapter 123, the second round of assessment. After so many years, I finally saw life in the original universe again. A huge shadow came close to Leon, with a sigh in its eyes as big as a building. How long has it been since we were buried in the original planet? It's probably been nearly 10 trillion epochs. Leon was stunned by the shadow's low sigh. Are you alive from the last reincarnation era? Leon thought that 10 trillion eras were almost equivalent to one reincarnation. Life? No, I'm just an intelligent program. The Phantom said, in the middle and late period of the last reincarnation era, the supremely powerful time beast god you fell, leaving behind me and this fortress. After the origin universe entered reincarnation, the fortress was buried in the original star and has only been reborn now. Little guy, are you the one who has the potential to pass the test and obtain all the inheritance left by you according to the will of the great origin? I have to remind you that this assessment is life-threatening. Leon nodded. Whether it succeeds or not, I want to give it a try. Well, a special life form with 100 times the genes. To some extent you and you are of the same kind, so you are qualified to give it a try, the shadow exhaled. But your basics seem to be very poor. Give me a punch and see. Yes. Leon took a stance and used the wrong force technique that he had deduced to 15 times, and punched out. The phantom's brows immediately frowned. The voice was like thunder. What the hell is this? Have you never come into contact with a formal inheritance? Not yet. I've been exploring on my own. Leon nodded. A blank sheet of paper. That's fine. I'll give you 30 days to learn the secret book thoroughly and achieve 100 times the correct power. An illusory secret book solidified in front of Leon and fell to the ground. If you can't learn it in 30 days, there's no need to continue the inheritance. The phantom took rumbling steps on its 4 pillar-like legs, then lay down in the distance and closed its eyes. Leon picked up the secret book, full of fighting spirit. Time waits for no one. Exert 100 times the strength, and must master it quickly. After 1 day, Leon awakens the shadow. What? You've mastered the 100x power? So fast, throw another punch and see. Okay. Leon stood up straight and threw a punch without any warning, with a powerful force. This, you have really mastered it, which is not bad, but it is still far worse than what I did back then. Cough. The shadow turned his head and coughed lightly. Then let's start the assessment. You are a person favored by the original will, and you once served the original will, so I will not make things difficult for you. The test will test you in 3 areas: your ability to comprehend laws, your state of mind, and your willpower. The understanding of the laws is the foundation for becoming stronger, and the state of mind and willpower are necessary conditions for becoming a strong person. Which one do you want to test first? It's my state of mind. Leon's state of mind had just broken through, which was perfect for challenge and consolidation. Well, let's start now. The shadow's voice fell. A hazy light enveloped Leon. He waited calmly. As time passed, he seemed to have gone through one test after another. However, half an hour later, the shadow suddenly spoke. You failed. You didn't pass. Get out of here now. Leon was stunned, and before he could say anything, he was swept by a white light and flew out of the fortress. The fortress was soon sucked away by a black hole. Obviously, the original will not give him another chance. Leon returned to Earth in frustration, and had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, which was to board the meteorite spaceship, join it, and learn the secret technique. 3 months later, Leon left a large number of secret books to Hong and Lei Shen. He returned to the Marvel world with the strength of a peak domain lord. He first said goodbye to Ancient One, then returned home and shared the technology he got from the Star World with Tony. Then, with Tony exclaiming in disbelief, it flew towards the sun again. He wants to become immortal in the shortest possible time. Leon joined the Suns and stayed there for a year. Originally, time should have passed peacefully. However, one day when Tony was studying the cosmic cube, the fluctuations spread outside the world. A space crack follows the wave and cuts open the portal to the world. An eternal titan walked out with a purple body, wearing a glowing armor and a 6-gem Yuru metal glove. I am Thanos, and I am here to return you to the arms of the goddess Death, living beings, and you can start to feel honored, he said. As soon as Thanos showed up, he was ready to use the 6 Infinity Stones glove to clear the field. But Leon returned from the star almost instantly and stopped him. But when Leon, who was at the peak of the Realm Lord level, just knocked Thanos out of the earth, the opponent used the power of 6 gems, teleported back, and blew up Leon's body. This Thanos came from the comic universe. In the blood rain, a small space gate secretly sucked away Leon's pronucleus without being discovered by Thanos. But then, no one on Earth could stop Thanos. Tony turned to ashes and Natasha was stabbed through the heart. Even Ancient One had his head chopped off by Thanos. 10 days later, Thanos, who had killed all life in the universe, left this world. 100 days later, Leon's protonucleus was reborn into a new body in the sun. It was Ancient One who saved him with the portal at the critical moment. Thanos! Leon roared out. A body full of World Master level peak energy is released. The entire starry sky was trembling under the scarlet gaze. I will definitely kill you. Instead of seeking revenge on Thanos immediately, he dived into the sun. 100,000 years later, Leon, with golden light surging all over his body, walked out of the star. He holds an infinite universe in his hands. Just take the sun in it. It was a small universe transformed from the world inside his body, which was 100 billion light years in size. Today, Leon has become an eternal true god-level existence. With every move, there is a force flowing that is enough to collapse the universe. He tore open the crystal wall of the universe with ease and slapped away a big bald man who flew over to ask what was going on. Between the crystal walls of the myriad universes, he locked onto a universe, mobilized his ability to travel through time, and traveled to the past of that world. Sure enough, when he entered, Thanos was standing on a pile of dead bodies of Earth's superheroes. Among them are the bodies of Tony, Captain America, Thor, and other Avengers members. Thanos! Leon roared and screamed as he fell from the sky. The wind, rain, and clouds of the whole world are making way for him, and everything within sight is submitting to him. He took a step forward, performed the 15th level secret technique, and easily took off Thanos' head. Amidst a sea of corpses and blood, he stood at the top, holding Thanos' bloody head and laughing wildly. Thanos, die. Die. Tony, did you see that? I avenged you. His laughter grew larger and larger until it echoed throughout the entire Earth. But as he laughed, his expression turned cold again. That's not enough. I want to revive Tony. Leon returns to his own world, finds the time gem, leverages the world's power, and goes back in time. However, just when he was about to save Tony, but 4 abstract entities appeared and stopped him. You can't resurrect him. That was an absolute point in time. Without that point in time, there would be no you today. If you resurrect him, you will destroy the world. Said Eternal. Ha, you're coming out now to act so righteous. Why weren't you there when Thanos came? Leon sneered. Tony must be resurrected today, I said. Don't say you are just clones. Even if your real bodies come, we can't stop you. A world without Tony has no reason to exist. The two parties with conflicting opinions immediately started a war. Every punch, kick, and sword is the manifestation of the supreme law. This battle lasted for nearly a year, and its aftermath nearly destroyed the entire universe. In the end, Leon stood at the end of the universe, holding the gradually dissipating head of eternity and infinity, and lived to the end. He stepped on piles of bones, used the time stone to go back in time, and successfully resurrected Tony. Almost at the moment Tony was resurrected, the world began to collapse completely. Where is this? I'm not dead, Leon. It's great that you're not dead. Tony was very happy to see Leon, but he looked around in confusion. But why does it feel like something is wrong? It seems like this place is going to collapse. It's okay, don't worry about it. You come in here first, and we'll go to another world. Leon took Tony into his own universe and took him to another world. However, Leon had just entered the new Earth. Tony hasn't been released yet. A group of gods appeared outside the Earth. The shortest of them is several hundred meters tall, and the tallest is even over hundreds of thousands meters tall. Outsider, Leon Stark. Their majestic shouts reached up to the blue sky and fell into the dark sea. Chapter 124. The heart is like a mirror, understanding the nature. Outsider, you carry endless sins. Now kneel down and accept our judgment, said the highest god. Just you guys? Leon sneered, and his body suddenly began to expand infinitely, exceeding 12 light years in an instant. He stood in the universe, as huge as a galaxy, and every move he made had the power to destroy the void. He grasped the heavenly god group with one hand, endless energy rushed, laws surged, and directly washed away and annihilated the heavenly god group. However, the celestial god group had just died. Another group of 4 abstract entities also arrived at the battlefield. Leon stood up to fight again. I don't know how many years have passed. Leon changed worlds one after another and destroyed one group of gods after another who maintained the order of the universe. He once devoured an entire universe. He has also faced off against all the superheroes. In battle after battle he became stronger and continued to fight. But he was tired. He sat tiredly on the earth in a certain universe, looking at the stars dancing in the starry sky. In a long struggle, he has broken through to the level of God King and already possesses power above the multiverse level. And the corpses left behind him are enough to fill the entire universe. But wherever he went, he was attacked by the group of Guardians of Order. It seems that in such a huge world like Marvel, there is no place for him anymore. Suddenly there was a rumble of thunder in space. Countless stars surrounding Leon exploded one after another. Enough! A loud voice penetrated the crystal wall of the universe. Leon suddenly looked outside the world, his expression more solemn than ever before. In his eyes, the crystal wall submissively moved aside as if it had met a superior. A figure taller than he was now approached. It was a great being with 3 faces and a human body. Leon recognized the person in front of him. He was the living tribunal in the Marvel Universe, responsible for maintaining the balance of the almighty universe. Leon Stark, you've made enough mistakes and you still don't repent. Now, in the name of the almighty universe, I will judge you. The life court descended, brilliant golden light spread throughout all space, and the power of judgment instantly blocked the entire universe. Even with Leon's current level of strength, he was bound to the spot by the power of judgment and could not move at all. Do you know your sins? The life court shouted. Leon stared at the living tribunal. I only regret that my strength is not enough to defeat you. The life tribunal did not comment on Leon's words. The trial has officially begun. The justice face of the life tribunal spoke first. You slaughtered the gods of the universe, destroyed the order of the multiverse, and committed unforgivable sins. You should perish in the universe. The face of vengeance said, you started out on the path of revenge, and you should end up being avenged by the universe. You should be imprisoned for billions of years. The face of need says, your crimes are caused by helplessness. Because there is no place for you in the original universe. You resisted in desperate situations excusable. But the universe you destroyed needs you to repair it. You should serve the multiverse for eternity and maintain the order of the universe. The 3 faces spoke at the same time. I sentence you to be deprived of all your power to repair the universe, and to be imprisoned in the multiverse for 100 years until you die. Leon remained calm. He had already prepared himself for death. The long period of killing did not destroy his mind. Instead, let him punch every time. Everyone is asking themselves where this road will lead. Ask yourself if he regrets resurrecting Tony in the first place. He could never get an answer because his end seemed to have been determined when he began to slaughter the multiverse. Do you have anything you want to say? The life court asked before carrying out the trial. Leon Stark, I want to tell you the reason why Thanos traveled to your world. The truth is not that the vibrations of the space gem leaked out, but that he was attracted by the energy released when you practiced in the star. Now that you understand all the reasons, if you are given another chance, will you still choose to become stronger and take revenge? The living tribunal's questions seemed to be knocking at Leon's heart. It was the same question he had asked himself thousands of times. Did he really do something wrong? Is there anything wrong with becoming stronger? Was resurrecting Tony also a mistake? Leon looked at the solemn and grim face of the living tribunal. Suddenly the answer came. Bullshit comes because of him. Bullshit choice again. If you hesitate to move forward because of fear, you will just become a weak person who has to depend on others for survival. From the moment he traveled to this world, he was destined to be unwilling to be ordinary. All the disadvantages and sufferings are just because he is not strong enough. Although he was about to reach the end of his life, Leon's eyes were brighter than ever before. I won't regret it. Next time I will only become stronger, strong enough to defeat you too. Leon's heart has never been as determined as it is at this moment. Like a polished steel knife, it is determined to cut off all obstacles. And everything it cuts off. Either break it or get chopped, and chopped by it. Thoroughly understand your true mind and nature. The deepest desire in Leon's heart is to become stronger, and the purpose of becoming stronger is to ensure that no one can pose a threat to anything related to him. Leon Minkson saw that my state of mind had reached a new level. His mood soared, and the scene before him suddenly became unreal, like a crude shadow play. This is an illusion? It turns out I'm still in an illusion. So that's how it is, I'm still in the starry sky world. Leon laughed loudly, looking up to the sky. A fantasy is enough to make me give up on becoming stronger. It all ends here. The living tribunal's body froze in midair. The power that bound Leon inexplicably dissipated. The whole world shattered like a silver mirror falling to the ground. The huge beast-shaped shadow from the Inheritance Fortress appeared in front of Leon again. You broke the illusion. How is this possible? The phantom exclaimed on the side. Your state of mind is very strong. It looked at Leon with shocked eyes, stronger than many immortals I have seen. The illusion just now was a combination of the illusionist's secret technique and the law of time. I don't know what you saw, but it must have been shaped from your subconscious. It is extremely real and can fully test your state of mind. I expected you to last only a month, but you broke through it in just one day. Congratulations, you passed the first test. The Phantom's attitude towards Leon became several times better. Do you want to rest for a while now, or continue with the remaining 2 assessments? Go on. Leon sighed. It seems as if the hundreds of thousands of years I have personally experienced were just a reflection of my own weaknesses. However, the illusion and time laws prevented him from finding anything unusual. Looking back now, those experiences in the illusion were clearly just a series of disjointed fragments. The illusion of the starry sky world is indeed unique. I choose to comprehend the laws. Leon put aside everything in the illusion and said affirmatively. Chapter 125, the second round of assessment. It is good. Special life forms are extremely close to the laws, and you just happen to match the attributes of Zhu. This level should be the easiest for you. The shadow stamped his feet. A ring tens of thousands of kilometers long and wide appeared in front of the 2 people. This arena was created by the Dream Erosion clan in the previous reincarnation era. It is based on the secret technique of illusion and has 2 modes. The first mode is that the user enters the ring with mental power, and the ring will simulate 2 phantoms with the same physical qualities. The user wins if he or she enters one of the phantoms with his or her consciousness and kills the other one. The second mode is only applicable to life at the Realm Master level and below with 1 gene. In this mode, the user's physical body enters the ring. The arena will consume the cosmic energy that it has automatically absorbed in the past, and simulate an entity with the same level as your physical body, but with a different level of comprehension of the laws. In both modes, your opponent will only use the most basic laws to attack. And your test is to defeat your first opponent within a month. The shadow pointed at the dome and the ground again. Those secret patterns include everything from the most basic light-time fusion law to the 5th order law master level fusion secret. You can use those patterns to comprehend, and the speed will be much faster. Leon was a little surprised this time. Only need to defeat the first opponent? It's the first one, said the shadow. Don't underestimate this arena. The shadow emphasized. The people it simulated have at least the realm master level of comprehension of the laws. The 10th one has already achieved the immortal level of comprehension, the 21st one is at the venerable level, and the 26th one is at the master of the laws level. You only need to defeat the first one because you have obviously just stepped into the threshold of the law. But I suggest you use the second mode. The life and death battle is easier to progress. Besides, you have Chronically and won't die easily. Leon nodded. I understand. Let me try it first. He jumped onto the ring, and some kind of wave suddenly swept through his body. A few seconds later, a large amount of cosmic energy suddenly surged 100 meters ahead, condensing into a person who looked exactly like him. It's actually a mere copy. Leon turned on the bioforce field, using the time acceleration talent and the law of light at the same time. Then come on. Boom! He rushed towards the mirror man at sublight speed and punched him with all his strength. Even the biological force field was torn apart by the wind from his punch. However, when he got closer, he found that the mirror image he hit was actually just an afterimage. Leon's punch missed and landed on the ring. But the punch that was powerful enough to destroy the surface of the earth did not raise even a speck of dust. He retreated without hesitation, trying to create some distance. However, before he could act, his head suddenly exploded. Behind him, the mirror man slowly retracted his fist. The entire battle took no more than 1/10,000th of a second. It really failed. A huge shadow stepped forward, picked Leon up from the ground, took out a ring from the depths of space, and put it on his hand. After a few seconds, Leon's head regenerated and resurrected on the spot. I just died. No, my head was blown up. The power of the law of time is indeed strong. Wait, why do I feel like I'm basking in the sun right now? He touched his body and looked around. There's no sun here either. The giant beast pointed at the ring on Leon's right middle finger. Look inside the ring. Ring? Did you give it to me? Is this the world ring? Leon turned the ring and his consciousness sank into it. Inside is a world that is 1 trillion kilometers long, wide, and high. Such a big world ring. For a lord of laws who has lived to the middle and late stages of the reincarnation era, it is not even a drop in the bucket. But for Leon, it is a treasure that he absolutely cannot desire. But none of that matters now. The most important thing is that this world is filled with 100,000 suns. And they are all yellow stars. Leon's eyes widened, looking at the giant beast's shadow in disbelief. The shadow smiled proudly. I knew this thing would be useful to you. Those suns were collected by Zhu when he was wandering in the universe. They are his daily snacks. He still has 7 or 8 rings like this left. A meal is a star of a ring. 7 or 8 left. That means there are 700,000 to 800,000 stars in total. Leon suddenly felt that he had one more reason to complete the inheritance assessment. The shadow understood Leon's thoughts very well. Don't think about it. No matter how much you think, they are not yours. This ring is temporarily lent to you. When you complete all the assessments, it will completely belong to you. The mirror image you used just now is a time afterimage, which is an extension of the law of time acceleration. If you don't have enough understanding of the laws of time, you will definitely not be able to defeat him. My suggestion is that you comprehend the law of time first. Leon clenched his fist and knocked it with high morale. Okay. Then I will improve my understanding of the law of time first. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the secret pattern diagram according to the instructions of the Phantom. Although the secret patterns are huge, there are actually not many of them. There are only 18 pictures in total. From the 1st to the 9th picture are graphics of light and the sun, illustrating the law of the fusion of time and light. Pictures 10 to 18 show fists and claws, recording countless secret techniques. Leon started from the first picture and was fascinated by it at first sight. He seemed to be looking into the eyes of the laws of the universe. Every stroke in the secret pattern diagram outlines a magnificent law. Those lines of law evolved infinitely in Leon's mind, constructing countless possibilities. His hands gestured uncontrollably, light swirled around his fingertips, and time left traces in the air. Time passes by unknowingly. A few days passed. After Leon finished his comprehension, he started fighting. When his head was blown up, he grabbed the fleeting inspiration and continued to comprehension. He was shot in the head dozens of times. From being unable to fight back at the beginning, to finally ending up in a draw. After the last fight, he suddenly fell into enlightenment and sat cross-legged beside the phantom, staring deeply at the secret pattern without even blinking. Wake up, wake up. I don't know how long it will take. The giant beast's shadow's voice echoed in Leon's mind like a huge bell, waking him up. Understanding the laws is like merging into the universe. It makes you unable to stop. A month has passed. If you don't stop, you will exceed the time limit, said the phantom. Leon nodded and stood up. It's been a month. Thanks for the reminder. How well have you understood it? Are you confident? The shadow seemed more nervous than Leon. I think I can hit the third guy. Leon jumped onto the ring with a confident smile. After a few seconds, his mirror image appeared. Leon took a step. The laws of light and time merged, and tens of thousands of his figures appeared in the air at the same time. Tens of thousands of lions attacked at the same time. The next moment, the mirrored head exploded and the figure gradually disappeared. Does this count as revenge? Leon clenched his fists at the place where the mirror disappeared, and all the afterimages behind him disappeared at the same time. He turned around and asked, I want to continue to challenge the next person. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. The phantom smiled happily. It's hard to imagine a giant lizard-like creature grinning. But Leon is used to it. When the second mirror image appeared, he was easily defeated in the same way. It was not until the third mirror that the two sides started to fight back and forth. In the end, Leon was slightly inferior and was shot through the heart. He jumped off the ring and quickly recovered from his injuries with the help of the 100,000 stars in the world ring. You have reached the level of a third person in just one epiphany. Very good. The phantom praised. Then now the only thing left is the test of willpower, right? Leon looked at the shadow. Yes, you want to start now? Let's get started. There's nothing to prepare. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.